Good morning, Mr. Chaskalson.
Good morning, Chair. I think that there's been a misunderstanding with Sgt Nkosi, because I think he was told that we were going to do that there would be the draft ruling there would be the ruling in relation to witness G's in-camera application. So I think I understand he's about to be fetched, and in fact he may be right here.
We'll wait outside. Let's adjourn. Good morning, Mr. Shaskalson. Good morning, Mr. Ngwato.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Sergeant Nkosi.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Ngwato, it was explained there was confusion regarding the possibility of the hand down of an order in another matter, and that you were awaiting the making of that order. So we understand why we had to adjourn after 9:30. Thank you.
So, Commissioner, I don't understand. Can you just repeat that? There was an...
Oh, at 9:30, you and Sgt Nkosi were not here, but Mr. Shaskalson explained that there was confusion with regard, or rather regarding the possibility of the hand down of an order in a totally different matter. So that to us explained why you and Sgt Nkosi were not here at 9:30. So I was just mentioning that. I'm not raising an issue with you at all.
That, Commissioner, but that's incorrect and that's misleading the Commission. It's not why I was not here.
Yes.
I arrived on time, Commissioner.
Yes.
I set my bags and nobody indicated anything to me. And I went to go and pick up my client, sit in here. And I found somebody consulting with my client in my absence, amending my files in my absence. And I took serious exception to that.
So is that why you were not here at 9:30 then?
Yes, because now they are now amending my files in my absence, and I had to go through the list, and I found out the index that they are now amending includes statements I've never seen before. And when I went through my emails and was sent to me last night at around 10 o'clock at night, and I had not sight of it, but the decency of handing the documents to me was not done. And I've been here. They went and handed documents to my client in my absence and to put into the client's file. And that's what caught me up to say, to go through that particular statement. But the issue that Mr. Chakals and I have spoken about now was that there could not be any approach to my client, amend his files without me having had sight to it. Not even the decency of calling me and say, we'd like to amend the file. These are the additional documents. Because that will caught me by surprise. I will not be able to guide the client if documents have been slotted in his file without me knowing about it.
Yes.
So it was never about any particular order that's not, I'm not even aware of such an order. I'm not the Commission is talking about. So whatever that has been said to the Commission is not what really transpired. I've put my files here. They've been aware that I'm also I'm around, but only when I went to collect my client so we can come in, then I was confronted with the situation.
So does this mean at 9:30 you were in discussion with the person you are referring to regarding the issue that you have just raised?
Indeed.
All right. Mr. Shaskalson?
Chair, I wasn't aware of this whole episode until after Mr. Ngwato returned after 9:30. What I had been told was from the Commission security officer was that he had anticipated the ruling was going to be handed down first. He hadn't anticipated that. He would have ensured that Sgt Nkosi was here at 9:30, which is our practice. So I assumed that was the reason for the delay. It turns out that there is this issue which was brought to my attention by Mr. Ngwato when he came in after 9:30. From the Commission side, there was certainly no bad intent here. The commissioners will recall yesterday that I mentioned that certain bank statements were in error, not included in the bundle, and that we would make them available, and that I wouldn't deal with them yesterday. I'm not going to deal with them today either. Those bank statements were emailed yesterday evening together with a handwritten statement of Sgt Nkosi, which also ought to have been in the bundle and wasn't. I understand that the attorneys were updating the witness file that Sgt Nkosi uses and that he had with him in that room. I accept that dealing with Sgt Nkosi outside the presence of his attorney, and it won't happen again. But there was certainly no ill intent on the part of the Commission, and when I addressed the Commission at 9:30, I was under the impression that why Sgt Nkosi wasn't here was because the Commission security thought that we would be dealing first with the ruling.
Thank you, Mr. Shaskalson. Mr. Ngwato, there's a concession by Mr. Shaskalson that it was the attorney to have done what they did. And there's also an undertaking that it will never happen again. Is that in order?
Appreciate that, Commissioner. I indicated to Mr. Chakalson, because I've not even had time to consult with my client on these things, I will not even have a look at it. There's also additional handwritten statements that are included in the plan that I had never had sight of, so I'll documents today.
Yes, yes. Thank you. At least as the further undertaking that none of those will be used today as well.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Ngwatu. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. May we begin?
Yes.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning. Morning.
Sorry, before we start, you know that drill by now, Mr. Skalson. We have 10 files behind us. Which ones, at least until T?
If it's difficult to say, fine.
It's essentially the same as yesterday, but there may. Just trying. Yes, certainly to T, it is the same as yesterday. If that changes and we need to use the additional bundle files, I will let the Commission know.
Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Shaskalson. Or let's wait for Sgt Nkosi.
Can you repeat that, Commissioner?
Sorry? No, I was saying we must wait until your files are ready.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. You are ready now.
I'm ready, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Sergeant, we were talking yesterday about meetings you'd had with Mr. Motsumi, and I want to look at some of the press reports and SAPS materials that you sent to Mr. Motsumi. Can we start with page 571 in the exhibit bundle? So that will be file 2 of 4, 571. Do you have 571?
That's correct.
And you'll see that on the 26th of January 2025 at 13:54, you sent to Mr. Motsumi an article entitled Breaking SAPS KZN in Crisis. And it's a fairly lengthy article. I'm not going to read it, but it makes a range of allegations against General Mkonazi and General Kumalo, accuses them of corruption, accuses them of posing a great threat to, and alleges that an intelligence report has said that they must be charged. Why did you send this to Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. It was on the media. I sent it Mr. Mutsumi because myself and Mr. Mutsumi support or love one person who's also mentioned here in this article,
And who is that person?
Lieutenant General Mkonazi.
So you and Mr. Mutsumi are fans of General Mkonazi.
Too much, Commissioner.
And then you will see that on page 154, same file, on the 2nd of February.
It can't be. The same file starts at 314.
I beg your pardon, it's file 1. It's file 1. Uh, 154. You have it?
154.
Yes.
I have it.
And you'll see the 2nd of February 2025, you forward to General Sabia an article, Police Witnesses Change Statements for Promotion, and this article alleges that General Mkonazi promised witnesses that they would be promoted to colonels in exchange for arranging or assisting the dismissal of General Khan. You see that?
Not as yet. I think my learned friend here opened a wrong page.
154?
154.
154.
Which file?
File 1.
Which one?
It's not that one. That one looks too thick.
You have it?
Yes, I have it.
And so this article suggests that General Mkonazi tried dishonestly to persuade witnesses to change their affidavit so that General Khan would be. You see that?
Is it 154?
Maybe I can read it to you. Police witnesses in the departmental case against Major General Feroz Khan, Crime Intelligence, deliberately changed their affidavits
Okay.
in exchange for promotion.
I see it.
It is confirmed by the 3 key witnesses that they were approached by the appointed departmental chairperson, KZN Provincial Commissioner Lieutenant General Mkonazi, to change their affidavit so that Major General Feroz Khan be fired and dismissed from the police on bogus and trumped-up charges. That article to General Sabia,
That's correct.
is he also a fan?
They are colleagues.
That wasn't my question. Does he like General Mkonazi?
He likes him?
He likes him.
Yes.
I have to put it to you that you know that answer is false. General Mkonazi, all of the evidence we've seen thus far is that he doesn't like General Mkonazi.
I'll elaborate on that. I'm saying what you are saying to me is not true. He likes him. I can
Please
pick up
elaborate.
my statement.
Please elaborate on it. You said you'll elaborate on it.
Yes.
Well, explain why you say that he likes General Nkosi.
Okay. Defending General Sibia on whether he likes General Nkosi or not. I'm saying this because General Sibia once called me upon his office to go to General Nkosi and try to make peace between them because they were not getting along in the line of work at that particular time. So to me, if General Sibia did not like Nkosi, he would not taken that effort. That is my answer. That's why I'm saying he likes him.
So they were not getting along at a certain time, but General Sibia wanted them to get along, is what you're saying.
That's correct.
And were they not getting along February 2025?
Can you repeat that?
This is February 2025. Were they not getting along at that time?
They were getting along.
They were getting along.
Yes.
When were you sent to improve relations between the two?
Around 2024.
2024.
Yes.
So by this stage, you're saying that they were getting along again. By February 2025, were they getting along again? They'd previously not been getting along, but you say now February getting along again.
According to me.
I see. And did they continue getting along together for the rest of 2025?
According to my knowledge, yes.
I see. And if we go down 2 pages to 156, we see you send to General Sibia another news article at chat number at 2014-53. It says, breaking, Presidency sends out stern warning to police chiefs, National Police Commissioner and Crime Intelligence Head. President Ramaphosa and GNU parties ask the ID and the Independent Investigative Directorate to probe the National Police Commissioner, Fani Masemola, and Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo for corruption, fraud, and theft of crime intelligence funds. Why did you send that to General Sibia?
I just sent it to him because it was something that was so I'm just sending it to and I've also sent it to General Nkosi again.
You've sent it to General Nkosi, this piece?
That's correct.
I see. I'm going to take you through several of your pieces with General Sibia,
Yes.
and then let's look at who else you send the same pieces to. Can we go to page 160? So, before we go to page 160, can I ask you, how does General Sibia get on with the National Commissioner? General Masemola.
I would not know that, but according to me.
And with General Khumalo?
I don't know.
Do you not know, or do you know that they do not get on?
Can you repeat that again?
Do you not know, or do you know that they do not get on?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Sgt Nkosi, you are very close to General Sibia. We know that from all the evidence that we've looked at. You are very close to him. You would know, even if it's just from your observation, you would know what kind of relationships they have, whether they get along very well, whether they avoid each other, what General Sibia's view is of them. You would know that.
I don't think I got to clear my commissioner. Can you repeat that?
What I'm saying to you is your answer that you don't know is is not easy to understand because you are very close to General Sibia, very, very close, work and personal relationships. So you would know how his relationship is with General Kumalo and with the National Commissioner. I guess what I'm putting to you is it can be true that you don't.
The reason that I'm saying I don't know, Commissioner, is I have not seen them both on the same office or in the same place that not been getting along. I'm just to say something that I don't have proof of. I might have maybe heard, or maybe, you know, most the rumors in the passages of the police, they'll just talk, these two are not getting along, or they are pretending. So I don't want to mention that, because the next question I will be asked, how did you know? Then when I say now from the passages, I don't have fact on that, but yes.
I'm happy for you to give an answer of what you've heard from the passages. So from the passages, what have you heard about the nature of their relationships?
Or as I just mentioned, I said the relationship is not that good. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. What General Sibia told me
Yes.
About his relationship with General Mkonas, but he never mentioned his relationship with the National Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Well, maybe in that regard, because let's go down to page 160. And there you see in chat 1, General Sibia sends you another one of these articles. Breaking news, NPA ID guns for National Police Rogue Unit. Directorate ID raids National Police Commissioner Fani Masemola and National Crime Intelligence Head Lieutenant General Kumalo officers after serving them with notices of arrest. This comes after an investigation lodged by Parliament's Police Portfolio Committee. National Kumalo appeared weak and shaken when confronted by the ID. The ID had served him with arrest notices for 5 senior officers within Crime Intelligence Division, including its national head, Lieutenant General Kumalo. When serving the arrest notices, the National Commissioner asked the ID for indemnity from prosecution if he cooperates with them. An investigator states, the National Commissioner was very nervous and appeared to be shaking. He then blamed the collapse of crime intelligence at the hands of Lieutenant General Kumalo and KZN Provincial Commissioner Madlanga Commission developing. You remember receiving that?
That's correct.
Your response was quite interesting. Sent 3 laughing emojis, and then Ziyakala Manje. Now, my Zulu is not great, but I understand Ziyakala Manje means it's happening now, it's going down. Is that correct?
Oh.
What does Ziyakala Manje mean?
It will depend on one message or what was the intention there. When General Sibia sent me this thing, I was shocked. I forwarded again to General Mkonas. Then I was shocked. To me, when I'm shocked, I say, Ziyakala Manje.
And what do you mean by Ziyakala Manje when you're shocked?
I'm shocked. I'm shocked on what is Ziyakala Manje.
But if you were just expressing shock, why did you attach 3 laughing emojis?
Okay. I'm still going back to my answer. It depends on one's reaction, on how they express their emojis. It's like that.
Well, the question remains, why 3 laughing emojis?
This is how I express my shock. I've to General Mkonazi. That is how I expressed myself at that time.
The laughing emojis are your way of expressing shock, you're saying?
Yes.
Are you unable to find another emoji that's better suited to expressing shock as opposed to finding it very funny.
Okay, maybe the issue of emoji, by that time, maybe it was this laughing emoji. Then I just sent it. But to me, it was shocked. And if there was a problem with my emoji, General Mkonazi would have had a problem with these emojis because of I contacted him after that, the messages.
Well, the real question is whether you sent laughing emojis to General Mkonazi.
Everything as it is.
Well, we can check that in due course. I want to put to you that you didn't. I'll take you to the reference. I'm not sure it's in this bundle, but I certainly have the chats with General Mkonazi. And there were no laughing emojis on that chat.
But
that you sent to him.
okay. But did you also see this thing that I've sent to him?
Commissioner, just an objection to what my colleague indicated. In the entire bundle, there are no charts between Sgt Nkosi and General Mkonazi. They have not disclosed that to us.
Closed the chats. We just didn't put them in the bundle. All of the chats have been put on a memory stick and given to my learned friend.
Commissioner, I will not raise an objection if I had the documentation. That's why he's saying they put it into memory stick, but they're not in the bundle. Why have it in memory stick and not have it in the bundle? If you wanted us to be able to do it, why have others in the bundle and not in the memory stick? We cannot play dynamics here. Fact of the matter is, my client will not deny having a lot of charts with General Mkonazi, but the evidence leaders have not included that into the bundle.
I remember, Mr. Shaskalsin, when we started, there was mention of 4,000 plus pages, and you said you are only going to be using, I think you said 1,300 plus pages. So the chats between Sgt Nkosi and General Mkonazi in the rest of the 4,000 plus pages?
They are. How we proceeded is we had a whole series of chats. We put them all on a memory stick, made them available to Mr. Ngwato. We then indicated to him which were the chats to which we would refer in the meeting, in the hearing. And that is the difference between what's on the bundle. I didn't intend going to General Mkonazi's chat. The witness referred to General Mkonazi's chat. He raised it, not me. He put forward a proposition that is in fact contradicted by his chat with General Mkonazi. If Mr. Ngwato wants to see the chat with General Mkonazi, I can pull out lunch time and we can come back to this if it's necessary after lunch. For now, I just want to put to the witness that he never included laughing emojis when he forwarded this particular message to General Mkonazi.
Thank you, Mr. Shaskalsin. The questioning at least is fair because it arises from what Sgt Nkosi has said. Likewise, I think it is fair place reliance on the between Sgt Nkosi and General Mkonazi. Fairness dictates that you should have sight of those and consult with the witness if you want to, with regard to those chats. So I would imagine, how long would it take you, Mr. Shaskalsin, to share the chats? Or by when do you think?
They're 35 pages. I can have them printed out by tea time.
By tea time, all right. That sounds quite fair to me, unless you want to make further submissions, because it is the witness that says he sent chats of a particular, and Mr. Shaskalsin takes a different view, and he says, but for what the witness has said, he wouldn't have gotten there, or he wouldn't have gone there. It seems fairly fair to me. Your response?
Thanks, Commissioner. As soon as they make them available, I'll
Yes.
have a look at them.
Yes.
But what I was trying to stop is
Yes.
not to then insist on saying, but you did not send this, and I can show it to you in the bundle. Was he knows he did not send them in the bundle. Because now when you insist on saying, but I can prove it to you by showing you into the bundle, was you know very well that the client never had an opportunity to reference on that. Insist on the documentation that you have not disclosed. And it's the same thing that goes back to yesterday on the bank statements. You want to question on the bank statements as you have not disclosed the bank statement.
The substance, the point of substance is more reference to those chats. It doesn't matter much where exactly they are located. The point of substance is reference to the chats, and as I've said, because of Sgt Nkosi's response, it's perfectly fair to refer to those chats and to question the witness along those lines. I will close the debate now. Yes, Mr. Chaskalson?
Sorry, Chair, I've lost my place here.
In the meantime, or whilst you are looking, or you are there already, I just wanted to say, Sergeant, ordinarily, one would not use laughing emojis to denote shock. Do you agree with that? Ordinarily. I'm not talking about Sgt Nkosi now, I'm just talking ordinarily. The two do not seem to go to. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree, Commissioner.
How can it be then that in your case you would have used laughing emojis to denote shock?
As I've said earlier, Commissioner, that you might have, at that particular time, maybe the laughing emojis were there. And
Where? You say were there. They were where?
In my phone, when I was opening the emojis. So maybe it was the laughing stock. Maybe I might have maybe wanted to put the crying or the emoji that eyes being wild. I think it was that matter. Not that I'm changing my statement.
I'm not sure I follow that, because there will be, right at the top where the emojis are, right at the top, there will be those that you have used previously, and from which you can then select, and you only go to the lot that's below when you're looking for an emoji that you have never used before. So there is a number of emojis at the top. So I don't quite follow what you say. They were there. The laughing emojis were there, as if they were there all by themselves. I don't get that.
My answer is still that one, because if I don't want to say something that will sound a bit bad to the commission.
No, say anything. Thick skin, even if it's bad, I'll be fine.
I'm still going back to my answer, Commissioner, that this is how I put it. This is how I expressed.
You expressed it with laughing emojis. You expressed your shock with laughing emojis.
At that time, it was me, yes.
What do you mean at that time?
Shocked.
At that time, because you were shocked, you're shocked with laughing emojis. And then my question, why, will still stand. You can't explain.
At that time, Commissioner, this is how I put it. I don't want to justify something that is unjustificable.
You're quite right, it's not justifiable.
Yes, but at that time, I've put it like that.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shaskelson.
Do you ever send emojis to indicate shock, special emojis that indicate shock? Do you ever use them?
I'm not sure.
Are you aware that there are emojis that indicate shock
Yes?
or surprise?
It depends on how one expresses him or herself.
But when you want to express shock or surprise, do you ever use an emoji that's designed for that purpose? Yes or no?
Depends on how one expresses their shock.
Is different is, have you used an emoji that is specifically designed to express shock or surprise?
I can't remember.
Let me to the new bundle, file 2, at page 435. It's your chats with someone who you have saved as Galito, EFF spokesperson.
You said which page, Mr. Chancellor?
It starts at page 434, in fact.
Thank you.
And just to refresh your memory, I mean, we'll get to this in some of these chats. By the way, who is Galito, EFF spokesperson? What is the name of this person?
It's Galito.
No, what is his first name and what is his surname?
Okay. I don't know his first name or surname, but I know Galito because I know him from the farm. He was Baba's cook.
Sorry, he was
Chef.
Baba's?
Baba's chef.
Chef.
Yes.
Is his name Siabulela Sibande?
I'm not denying or admitting to that, but I know him as Galito.
You know him as Galito.
That's correct.
You're
And
not
since
denying
I've
that he's Mr. Sibande.
Since I've known him as Galito, everyone is addressing him as Galito.
But you don't know his surname.
I don't know his surname.
And you describe him as EFF spokesperson. Why is that?
I just saved him like that.
No, we went over this yesterday, Sergeant. It cannot be. It cannot be a thumbsuck. You use this for a reason.
Okay.
Does Mr. Sibande hold a position in the EFF?
No. He doesn't.
Is he seen marching in a red beret with the EFF? In videos in your chats?
He's always with the EFF. I can say he's a member of the EFF.
Why do you have him as EFF spokesperson?
I might have saved him as EFF spokesperson, but he's not an EFF spokesperson. Maybe the problem is how I save these people.
Engaged you on exactly this because in response to questions, Mr. Shaskalsin, you suggested that Mr. Zenzile
Yes.
Mumalo,
Yes.
you said you said EFF and you just said that, and you were
Yes.
basically suggesting that that was for no reason whatsoever. But when I engaged you, in the end you said that was because you had seen him with a cap written EFF.
Yes.
So eventually you gave a reason why you had EFF in brackets after his name. So surely there must be a reason here, and that is what Mr. Shaskalsin is trying to establish. So please respond to the question by Mr. Shaskalsin. Why EFF spokesperson in brackets?
I did respond to that, Commissioner. I said he's a member of the EFF, but he's not a spokesperson of the EFF.
Why spokesperson then?
He's not a spokesperson. I don't know who is the spokesperson.
Yes, I hear you on what he is not. But why the spokesperson?
This is, I don't know that. Maybe my answer will be of satisfactory to the commission. I said maybe this is how I saved them. I saved them wrongly.
You can't, you cannot suggest to us that you just do things or things just happen through your finger and you just type for the sake of it. It can never be. You are not automated or you are not a machine. By the way, even machines are programmed in a particular way to act in the manner they do. So in your case, it should even be better because you use your mental faculties. So it cannot be that you just wrote spokesperson.
But Commissioner, we know that the spokesperson of EFF is not Galito.
But why did you wrote? I said about 1.5 minutes ago that I've heard you on what you say is not the position, is not the position.
Yes.
Why did you write that which you know not to be the position?
You know, when we interact with him most of the time, things always come out from his mouth. So I decided to save him as the EFF spokesperson.
Why was it so? Right when the question was first asked by Mr. Shaskalsin, what was so difficult simply saying that? It was the case with the cap and EFF on the forehead as well. It took forever for me to extract that answer from you. So it's the same now. It took forever for you to say you wrote EFF spokesperson because he always talks about the EFF, not that he's a spokesperson of the. It took forever for you to say that eventually. Why is that so?
I'm sorry about that.
And this is on a very simple and innocuous issue. I don't understand why you should be cagey about it.
Understood, Commissioners.
Mr. Shaskalsin.
Do you know if Galito is a friend of Mr. Matlala?
They know each other because Galito was a chef at the farm. Mr. Matlala was the head of security at the farm. Obviously, they know each other.
And of Mr. Molefi?
That's correct.
And of Mr. Mutsumi?
That's correct.
If we look at this page, page 434, you'll see at 1048, chat.
Page, which page?
Page file 1 of 2, page 434.
Okay, I see.
At 1048, you'll send you a screenshot.
Yes.
And if you go down to page 455, you'll see what that screenshot is.
Page, which page?
455.
Okay.
It's a call log.
Yes.
And you'll see that you seem to be on it because at 9:21 there was an outgoing call to 007. Does he also call you 007?
What is that? 455.
455, yes.
Yes.
You see 007 at 9:21.
Correct, I said.
And that's what he uses for your number, is it not?
Okay, yes.
And you'll see that around the calls that the call that he made to you, he's highlighted 2 incoming calls. One from Mr. Motsumi at 8:40 and one after that call from Mr. Motsumi at 10:47.
Yes.
And then if we go back to the texts at page 434, can we go back to 434? Are you on page 434?
That's correct?
You see that above the call log, there's a one-word message, again. So did you understand that message and the call log to mean that he had phoned him again? He'd phoned him twice now.
Okay.
Do you recall what the issue was around which Mr. Motsumi had called Galito twice around a call that Galito had made to you as 007?
I don't recall.
Maybe you'll jog your memory. You respond to Galito by giving a phone number and the name Tebogo.
Yes.
Who is Tebogo? You can't recall who Tebogo is.
No.
Not working. And then if we go over the page, what's your response? In chat 1. What do those emojis in chat 1?
I want to see clearly, but they are...
Sorry, Sergeant, I didn't hear that.
Oh.
Sergeant, it looks better there on screen.
No,
Did
I
you
see
look?
them. Thanks, Commissioner Kumalo. I see.
What do those emojis mean? Wide eyes.
I can't explain.
You see, I want to put it to you that that's the emoji you were surprised.
I'm not denying it, but you know, I know that emoji. I can't explain that.
What I want to put to you, Sergeant, is that as long ago as 2022, you knew what emoji to use when you were shocked and surprised. It's a very different emoji from a laughing emoji. What's your response to that?
I don't know how to respond to you because I've explained the understanding of the emojis. Like now, you know, this 2020 and 2026 or 2025 emoji, I don't know what's...
Well, let's leave it there. Let's go back to what you send, what you've been exchanging with General Sabia. We can close this file for a while. It was a lengthy diversion. But we're back with file 1. And now on file 1, can I ask you to go to page 185? Do you have page 185 in file 1?
Yes?
And if you can go to chat number 5 at 15:01:15.
Yes.
There you send a photograph. I've lost my cross-reference, but do you recognize what this photograph is?
That's correct. I recognize it, Commissioner.
What is that photograph? I'll get you the cross-reference to the big photograph in the bundle in due course, but
It's someone who's in the police cells.
and which someone is it? Is it General Kumalo?
No, this does not look like him.
Is it one of the crime
That's correct.
Do you send that to General Sibia?
It was on public news, and it was on the public platform, one, and it was circulating amongst police officials. Then I sent it to General Sibia as well.
Why would General Sibia be interested in it? What did you think his interest in it would be?
It was not Sibia's interest. It was something that was platforms. So I sent it to him.
Can I ask you to go to page 190, where the bigger picture is in the bundle?
190.
Sorry, it's 190 of the annexure bundle. It's a separate bundle. It's file 3 of 4. File 3 of 4, page 190.
Mr. Chaskalson, are you still going to come back to this page 180?
I will come back to file 1.
What page is that?
190.
190.
You see it on page 190. Can you identify the person now?
No, I can't. He's facing the back.
And you say this photograph was circulating already.
That's correct.
Where was it circulating?
In police chats, police groups.
I see. And to whom did you circulate it when you received it? To whom other than General Sibia did you circulate it?
I can't remember, but it was quite people that had that photo, and I've circulated to as well.
Sorry, General, Sergeant, I didn't hear you. You said you couldn't remember, but I didn't hear what came afterwards.
I said I can't remember, but many people had this circulation photo.
No. My question was, to whom did you circulate it, not who else had it? To whom did you circulate it?
General Shibiri.
And who else?
General Mkonazi, if I'm not mistaken, but we've spoken about this on that day, this particular picture or particular scene.
And to whom else? That you remember?
I can't remember.
Did you circulate it outside police circles?
I can't remember. I can't remember. Maybe if you can remind me.
Well, if you go to file 2 of 4, at page 603. You see that you circulated it to Mr. Motsumi at 15:01:15.
Yes.
Mr. Motsumi didn't understand why you were doing this or who this was to you, Kimangu. Now, my Sesotho is good enough to know that he's asking, who is this?
Yes.
And you called him back,
Yes.
presumably to tell him that it was General Kumalo or General Kumalo people arrested for crime intelligence. Do you recall that?
I don't recall myself telling him that it was General Kumalo or General Kumalo's people, no.
Well, what would you have told him?
I've never told him anything.
Well, when he said Kimangu, you phoned him back at 15:51. That's that call at 15:51, presumably to explain why you'd sent this picture.
I would not say that because Mr. Mutsumi is someone, so I would not necessarily remember. But one of the things that I do remember is that I did not discuss General Kumalo or his people.
Well, is Mr. Motsumi someone you respect?
Definitely.
And if he asks you a question, would you ordinarily answer it?
If I know, yes, I would answer.
Text, Kimangu, would you not answer that?
Yes.
And what would you say to him?
It's the people who were arrested.
And presumably he'd say, well, which people? Why are you sending this to me?
I would explain which people.
And which people would you explain? Which were the people who were arrested?
The same people who were arrested there, Commissioner.
People in crime intelligence,
That's correct.
including General Kumalo.
Yes, because of his there. If he's there, yes.
And you knew that General Kumalo was one.
That's correct. It was breaking news on that day.
Why did you send this picture to Mr. Motsumi?
Okay, to explain it further, I did not send this picture specifically that because it is members of intelligence. Something that is happening, maybe is breaking news. There is something that is happening. I just sent. He sends.
But this is not breaking news story. It's sending a picture of one person being taken into custody or being held in custody. What is the value of that picture in terms of breaking news?
To myself, it had no value, and I don't even think that it had any value to Mr. Motsumi. As you see, they even ask Kimang, or who is that? Is because of even himself, he does not know who is that.
But why did you send it to him then? If it would have no value to him.
And if it had no value to you too, that's how I understand you. Please respond to Mr. Shaskalson's question.
Commissioner, your question took me off. I don't know, maybe.
Maybe forget about my question then. Please respond to Mr. Shaskalson's question.
Why would you send it to him if it had no value to him?
I just sent it to him because if it was something that was flying all over the news, News 24 had it, then I just forwarded it to him.
To assume that you intended to communicate something to him by sending this, this picture to him. It's just a picture. What were you wanting to communicate to him?
Nothing that I can remember of. Nothing.
Let's leave it for there and let's, can I just go back?
Before you move on, can I just ask my question? Sgt Nkosi, Mr. Mutsumi is not a member of the SAPS, so you have to have an explanation, sending him information about and these particular members. It's good enough to say it was of no interest to you. It was of interest to you. That's why you're distributing it. It had a particular interest to you. You considered it to be of interest to Mr. Mutsumi. That's why you're giving it to him, who is not a member of the SAPS. So this is not a random distribution. You have to share with us the reason why you thought he might or he will be interested in this. You didn't send this to other members of the SAPS. You didn't send it to Brigadier Macheng. You didn't send it to General Sintumule. You didn't send it, you can tell us you sent it to them as well, but he's not in that category of people. He's an outsider. The only reason you would have sent it to him, and I put this to you, the only reason you would have sent it to him is because you knew he would be interested in this story. Now, why would he be interested in this story?
I would not know, Commissioner.
No, you know, Sergeant. You can say you've given your answer, you're not prepared to say more, and that's what we have to live with. The answer is not you don't know. You know why you sent it to him, you're just not telling us.
No, Commissioner, I'm telling you everything to the best of my understanding. But that picture, to be honest with the Commission, Mr. Mutsumi had no interest in that picture.
Why did you think he would have interest in it? He may or may not in the end have had an interest in it, but you decided he would be interested to know this. And the question is, why did you think he would be interested? Considerations. What is it about this story that made you think that Mr. Mutsumi would be interested in this story? You share a lot with him of SAPS matters. This is one of them.
Yes.
Think I send this to him because he will be interested. What was your reason for thinking he would be interested? And there is a reason, Sergeant.
I don't know if the Commission can allow me to park that question, and then I'll answer maybe at the later stage when I've got a clear answer.
I would like to get the answer now, and for now I'm going to say you've given your best answer. If you want to come back to it later on, that's on you. But as matters stand, you have refused, made a decision not to give us the reason. That's where it stands now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nkosi.
Well, in anticipation of a possible answer to Commissioner Baloyi, let's go back a little bit. Let's go up to page 573.
Page?
573. And there you'll recall that press report, police witnesses changed statements for promotion that we saw you exchanging with General Sabia. You also forwarded that report to Mr. Mutsumi.
Yes.
We go down to the foot of the next page, 574. Breaking, Presidency sends out stern warning. You recall that report the developing story that Mola and General Kumalo were being probed for corruption. You sent that to Mr. Mutsumi.
That's correct.
And if we go down to page 160,
160.
sorry, 577. You see that the ID Guns for National Police Rogue Unit to Mr. Mutsumi.
Yes.
What did you understand Mr. Mutsumi's interest to be in all of these investigations into General Kumalo and General Mkonazi?
My answer on that is Mr. Mutsumi and myself, we are the friends of General Mkonazi. Each and everything, whether it's bad or it's good about General Mkonazi, we share it and we discuss it.
So this was because Mr. Mutsumi was a fan of General Mkonazi.
Yes.
But at least one of these pieces, if you go back to 574, doesn't mention General Mkonazi. It's just about an investigation, an alleged investigation into General Masemola and General, so why would you send that one? That's chat 6 on page 574.
Okay, I see it.
Why would you send that chat that doesn't mention General Mkonazi? It just mentions General Masemola and General Kumalo.
Because it mentions no, this one, sorry, Commissioner, I just sent it. But most I sent where General Mkonazi is involved. But this one, I sent it.
The question is why?
I just took it like those ones that I've sent to him. So I sent it to him.
You said General Mkonazi is a mutual friend of yours and his, and that's why you would share something relating to General Mkonazi with him, that is with Mr. Mutsumi. So question is, this has nothing to do with General Mkonazi.
Yes.
Why did you share it with Mr. Mutsumi? I don't quite follow what you are saying in response.
Okay. Because of ISCOT General, okay, let me just maybe explain it so that the Commission can understand it better. It's because that is my view now, or that is what transpired. General Kumalo is close with General Mkonazi. So now, each and everything that we think that it might affect the emotions of General Mkonazi, we just share it. We share it vis-a-vis to him, General Mkonazi now. And to go back to the issue of, not an issue per se, the statement that says we are friends with General Mkonazi. Mr. Mutsumi is not a friend with General Mkonazi. He just likes him. I'm the one who's close.
Oh, fans, F-A-N.
Oh.
Did you say
I
fans?
thought you said friends. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
No. I thought you had said friends.
Friends, yes.
Commissioner Kumalo is correcting me and says you had said fans.
Yes.
F-A-N.
Yes.
My apologies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shaskalsin?
Can we go down to page 604? And there you'll see, this is now after General Kumalo and the crime intelligence officers have been arrested. It's later on that day of the 26th of June. And at 22:40, and to Mr. Motsumi a screenshot of a conversation, of a WhatsApp chat that you had with General Mkonazi, you'll find that a WhatsApp chat on page 191. So maybe let's go to 191.
The page number again?
191. It may be in the original. Sorry, let me just check I've got the right. Yes, I apologize. It is at page 191 of the annexure bundle. So it is at, that would be file 3 of 4. File 3 of 4, I apologize. And it's a screenshot that just shows an exchange of voice calls, mainly from you to General Mkonazi, but to, and the significance of the WhatsApp seems to me that, bear in mind that you've sent it around about 20 to 11 on the 26th. And at 10:30 you were called by General Mkonazi, and then immediately after your call at 22:32, he sends you a link, a YouTube link, to a song of I can't mention publicly. But that rap, what are the words to that rap? Do you know it?
I suppose the best you can do is to flight the screenshot. Then people can see it for themselves without you saying anything, Mr. Shaskalsin.
Chair, if you're willing for me to say it, I'm happy to say it myself. And if it's going to be flighted, I may as well say it. It's last motherfucker breathing. Now, what is last motherfucker breathing about? What do the words say? Why would General Mkonazi send it to you? What does that rap communicate?
I think the reason is myself and General Mkonazi, we love the same artist, that is Tupac. So now, on the day when we were discussing about this arrest, hey, my man, how are you feeling about this thing? And he said, no, I'm feeling nice. I'm even cruising. This is what I'm listening. He forwarded to me, so that, no, don't worry, because General Mkonazi was stressed about what happened earlier. So I phoned him that time, hey, my man, how are you feeling? He said, oh, I'm fine, I'm good. Listen to what I'm listening. We are listening to our song. So he sent me this.
Now, as a Tupac fan, you'll know the words to Last Motherfucker Breathing', won't you? Do you?
Can you repeat that question?
Do you know the words?
What?
I'm not going to ask you to rap it for us out here, but
Yes.
do you know the song?
Yes.
And what's it about? What's Tupac saying in Last Motherfucker Breathing'?
He said, I'm the last man standing.
He's saying, I'm the last man standing.
That's correct.
I'm going to fight until I'm the last man standing. Isn't that what that's about? Yes, and General Mkonazi is sending that to you on the day that General Khumalo has been arrested.
That's correct.
And isn't General Mkonazi saying to you, I'm going to fight to the bitter end on this one? General Khumalo may have been arrested, but I'm going to fight to the bitter end.
I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that time, it was someone who was cruising at night. He sent me this thing. And this is how I understood it because of.
Well, if you were just exchanging your shared sort of fondness for Tupac, why would you share this screenshot with Mr. Motsumi?
Mr. Mutsumi was also worried. And the reason I've sent it to Mr. Mutsumi, on Sunday, that time, you remember now, his bike and my bike, they've got music. So I was playing Tupac all day, so he was getting irritated. So now, when General Mkhwana sent me this, I sent it to him, said, no man, look, even our, he's playing the same music. Tupac is the goal.
I mean, that's a great story, Sergeant, but I want to put it to you that it's not a true story.
No, it's a true story.
You see, what it seems to me
Yes.
is that for several months now, you've been sharing with Mr. Motsumi stories about the demise of, let me describe it as a faction in the SAPS. General Khumalo, General Masemola, and General Nkosi. And on the day that the position of that grouping within the SAPS probably looks weakest because General Khumalo has just been arrested, you speak to General Nkosi and his response is to come back to you with Tupac and essentially say, I'm going to fight to the bitter end. And you were sending that to Mr. Motsumi because Mr. Motsumi needed to know that General Nkosi was going to fight to the bitter end. What's your response to that?
I differ with your statement. One, Mr. Mutsumi, he loved General Nkosi with everything. So there is no way that I will send Mr. Mutsumi for Mr. Mutsumi maybe to celebrate or what. No.
Sergeant, you corrected the chairperson and said Mr. Mutsumi is not a friend of General Nkosi, but a fan.
Yes.
Did I hear you correctly?
That's correct.
Why would he be worried about how General Nkosi is feeling if they are not friends? He's just a fan. Why would he be worried about? General Nkosi is not arrested. General Khumalo is arrested. Why would Mr. Mutsumi be worried or concerned how General Nkosi is responding to the arrest of Lieutenant General Khumalo? It doesn't make sense.
Can I answer?
You may try.
According to me, Commissioner, when you care about someone and someone is in, or you think that that person is not, emotionally okay, and whether you are friends or not, but for the mere fact that you care about that person because of you are a fan, you would have interest in, man, how is this person feeling after all?
You've said they're not friends. You've said he's not a friend, he's a fan.
Yes.
Yes, so why would he care? In fact, let me use your language. Why would he be worried how General Nkosi is responding to the arrest of Lieutenant Khumalo unless there's been other conversations that you are not sharing with us? But you telling us this simple story. He's a fan. That's all he is. That's why I'm sharing all of these stories with him about what's going on. Why would he be worried? To be worried, there has to be more to the relationship. Or you are sharing this for another reason, not because he's worried about General Nkosi.
Commissioner, that man loves General Nkosi. So I don't want to add something that did not happen that particular time. That man, the way I love General Nkosi, he loves General Nkosi. So that's why I'm sending him, because of myself and him, we're worried. That is the reason I even called him that time, that my man, are you okay?
So
That is my
after the arrest, you did discuss with Mr. Mutsumi. I thought earlier on, when that WhatsApp exchange about the picture that you sent to Mr. Mutsumi, which was followed up by a telephone call from you. You remember that exchange where you sent a picture and then Mr. Mutsumi said, Kimango.
Yes.
You then did a call, and I thought you said you did not discuss these arrests with him. So at which point do you get to know, and how do you get to know that Mr. Mutsumi FN is worried about how General Nkosi is responding to this if you did not discuss the arrests with him?
Maybe okay. Can I answer? Maybe there is along my answering line, there is a misunderstanding. I said the reason that I'm sending Mr. Mutsumi to Park's lyrics is because on that weekend we were riding and I was busy annoying him with Tupac songs. So when this thing happened, when General Nkosi sent me this, I sent it to him. I said, you're just criticizing me, even our man is listening to the same thing.
And you're changing your reason for sending this to Mr. Mutsumi. You first said you sent it to Mr. Mutsumi because he was worried about General Nkosi, how General Nkosi is reacting to this. That's why I've had this engagement with you. It's because of that answer. Now you say I sent it to him because the previous day he was annoyed that I'm playing Tupac, and I just wanted to show him that even General Nkosi plays Tupac. They can't both be true. They can't both be true. In fact, I want to suggest to you both attempts at explaining this are untruthful. They are not the reason you sent this to Mr. Mutsumi. You sent this stuff and all the exchanges to Mr. Mutsumi because you knew he has an interest in what's happening to what Mr. Chaskalson refers to as affection in the SAPS. That's the only explanation that makes sense. It's because he had an interest in it. And you're not being truthful in your answer. You can comment if you want to. Otherwise, Mr. Chaskalson, thank you.
No comment.
Perhaps at that point, let's adjourn and resume at 11:25.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Shaskalson?
Sergeant, can we go to page 161 of file 1? File 1 of 4. And there you'll see that on the 12th of February 2025, General Sibiya sent you a document, and the document is in file 3 of 4 at page 104.
Sorry, what's the file number?
104, file 3 of 4.
304.
Uh, 104.
Are you there, Sergeant?
Yes, according to my keep of day. Thank
All
you.
right. 104, yes.
And the document is an email from a journalist, not actually addressed to General Sibiya, but addressed to a third party. And the email says, "It has come to our attention that you've had a relationship with alleged kidnapping kingpin Ismail Nangi. Can you confirm if you've ever dealt with Nangi, and if so, in what capacity? Did you ever receive money from Nangi? If so, how much, and what was this money for? We understand that Major General Shadrach Sibiya was briefed by you about donations received from Nangi as a donation, about monies received from Nangi as a donation. Can you explain? Do you or your company have any memorandum of understanding with SAPS? Please note my deadline for comment is Thursday, 13 February 2025 at close of business." Do you recall this email?
Yes, Commissioner.
Do you know why General Sibiya sent this journalist's query to you?
I think he wanted me to send to Mr. Matlala.
He wanted you to send it to Mr. Matlala.
That's correct.
Why would he want you to send it to Mr. Matlala?
For Mr. Matlala to see it, I think.
Why would he want Mr. Matlala to see it?
I think General Sibiya would be in a better position to answer that, but the reason he sent it to me, it was based on that instruction that I must send to Mr. Matlala.
Does Mr. Matlala, to your knowledge, have any relationship with Ismail Nangi?
Can you repeat that question?
Does Mr. Matlala, to your knowledge, have any relationship with Ismail Nangi?
No, I don't know.
Do you know who Ismail Nangi is?
I heard about him. I don't know him personally. That is a Mozambican kingpin.
Now, you've been part of an anti-kidnapping task team. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
And is it in that context that you heard about Mr. Nangi?
No.
Where did you hear about Mr. Nangi?
I heard about Mr. Nangi, when I started to work closely with Brigadier Ramangwa, Mr. Nangi's name was being discussed time and again, even not directly with me, that there is this person by the name of Nangi who's busy with the kidnappings. But unfortunately, by that time, when we discussed it, or when it was discussed, the kidnapping case were already moved from Brigadier Ramanga, were being investigated by Major General Khan.
So it was while you were working with Brigadier Ramangwa after he'd been taken off kidnappings. Is that correct? That he spoke to you about, or that people spoke to you about Mr. Nangi?
That's correct.
And were the people who told you about Mr. Nangi people who had worked in Brigadier Ramangwa's team when they were investigating kidnappings?
That's correct.
And now, did any of those people speak to you about Mr. Matlala in the context of their kidnapping investigations?
Can you repeat that question so that I must...
Did the people who had been investigating kidnappings and who spoke to you about Mr. Nangi, those people, did they also speak to you about Mr. Matlala?
I don't know if it will be right when I say point of correction. I said, by the time I heard about Mr. Nangi, it was when the kidnapping docket were no longer being investigated by Brigadier Ramanga, were taken to Major General Khan.
No, I understood that, but there were people in Brigadier Ramangwa's unit who were speaking to you about Mr. Nangi from their past investigations. Is that not correct?
I wouldn't say in past investigation, they were just talking about him.
And has anybody mentioned, any of those people mentioned Mr. Matlala to you in the context of kidnapping investigations?
During the Mr. Nangi's conversation?
No, in any conversations. Are you aware of allegations against Mr. Matlala in relation to kidnapping?
That's correct.
And what allegations are you aware of?
There were allegations that he kidnapped Mr. Jerry Bushoka.
Are you aware of the allegation that when Mr. Matlala's house was searched for Jerry Bushoka?
Sorry, before you move there, can you, if you are able to assist at all, Mr. Shaskalsen, who was the addressee on this email? One can't tell from the email address.
I can refer you, I don't want to mention the name, because, if you go to the preceding page, you will see who the addressee is. So it is...
I do see it there too. And the address ending with .net, I do see it. I guess
that's the addressee.
It was more in interest in who that person is, but if you don't want to mention it,
I'd rather not mention the names of those people.
All right.
Can we maybe do this for the transcript? Just say that it's an email of 11 February 2025 at 15:45.
Indeed, Chair, and we can give the page reference as well. It's page 103 of the annexure bundle file.
304.
304.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you aware of an allegation that when Mr. Matlala's house was searched for Jerry Bushoka, that Jerry Bushoka had in fact been moved to Mr. Nangi's house? Are you aware of that allegation?
No.
Was General Sabia aware that there were allegations against Mr. Madlanga that he was involved in kidnapping?
Yes.
Why then would he invite you to send an inquiry about an alleged kidnapper to Mr. Madlanga?
Can you repeat that question?
Why would he, your evidence was when General Sabia forwarded this document inquiring about Mr. Nangi,
Yes.
he forwarded it to you so that you could give it to Mr. Madlanga.
Yes.
Why would he want you to give it to Mr. Madlanga if he knew that Mr. Madlanga was an alleged kidnapper?
Thank you. I take it, even though I did not ask him then, but because of previously it was communicated between myself and General Sibia together with Madlanga that anything that he wants from Madlanga or Madlanga wants from him, and he can't get hold of General Sibia, it must go via me. So when General Sibia sent it, that set document, I knew, he said it was for Mr. Madlanga. So it was, he will be in better position to answer that in why did he send such document, but I can confirm it was from him. The instruction was to send it to Mr. Madlanga.
Did he not say to you why this is being sent to why you are sending this to Mr. Madlanga?
No, he didn't.
You didn't ask either.
Most of the time, I would not ask. I would just forward, Commissioner.
What did you think was the reason that you're sending? I mean, you've read it.
Yes.
What did you think was the reason you're sending this? You're being asked to send this to Mr. Madlanga.
My understanding, I think maybe he was asking Mr. Madlanga, what is this now? That is me thinking to myself because of the way the questions were raised here. So this is how I understood the document. So I immediately forwarded it.
When you say you thought he may have been asking Mr. Madlanga, what is this about? Is it because, if you look at page 103, it tells us who this is addressed to. Is it because of who it's addressed to? Do you know the person that's the addressee there?
Where is that, Commissioner?
103?
Yes, Commissioner.
There's a name there of who this is addressed to, the media inquiry. You see the name there?
Yes, I know.
Do you know the person?
Yes, I know the person.
Okay.
This person is working in. When I came to organize crime, when we're still working on kidnappings, this is the person whom we were given to work with. According to the head office, is an expert in kidnapping cases, this person.
Okay. All right, thank you.
An expert in kidnapping cases?
Yes.
And who at head office instructed that you should work with him?
No, I found him there in head office. Everybody was using him.
And using him for all cases or just kidnapping cases?
kidnapping cases.
And was he, as it were, a kidnapping negotiation expert?
Most he will work closely with General Khan and some members of intelligence kidnapping team.
When you say to work with him, is it because he he helped to solve problems of kidnapping, or he himself was considered to be part of the kidnapping community?
Okay. Can you, I want to give you a straight answer. Can you repeat that, my commissioner, please?
My question is, when you were told or when you found that he's actually the person that the SAPS works with on kidnapping cases, in what capacity was he? They worked with him to solve kidnapping cases, and so he's sort of like an expert advisor to the SAPS, or he's an informant, if you like, an informer, because he himself is involved in that community of kidnappers, if there's anything like that?
If I may put it this way, he was a so-called advisor to SAPS.
Thank you.
Just, Sergeant, remember a few minutes ago, Mr. Chaskalson told you about the allegation that Mr. Boshocha may have been moved to Mr. Nangi's house on the date that the police raided Mr. Matlala's house on the 6th of December 2024. You remember that?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes. One of the allegations, or maybe I should say it's a suspicion and not put it higher than that, based on the evidence that we have heard in this commission, there is a suspicion that on the day, the 6th of December 2024, Mr. Matlala was tipped off by somebody within SAPS that GCI Ops will be raiding his home. And there is a suspicion that you or somebody else may have tipped him off. And I want to give you the opportunity to respond to that. Did you tip off Mr. Matlala that police are coming to his house?
No.
But we've seen from the chats that the day before, on the 5th and the 4th of December, you were in constant contact with Mr. Matlala. I counted about four phone calls the day before they raided his house. What were you talking to Mr. Matlala about the day before, and I think on the day that his house was raided on the 6th of December 2024? Do you remember?
Very clear,
Yes.
Commissioners. Okay. Firstly, to explain further about my constant communication with Mr. Matlala on that particular days, I remember very clear. It was the 4th, 5, 6, 7. There was a kidnapping, Commissioners, in Copperleaf of ABD, can I not mention maybe? But there was a kidnapping of a child there and his mother. I was phoned by the complainant together with my unregistered informant. They gave me a pin. Quickly respond. I went there on that particular scene of crime. So as the scene was processed, the investigation carried on, where we received, or I received an information that the victims are kept in Atteridgeville. I immediately contacted General CB. I said, hey, there is this case here. I've got the location, I've got the victim. We need to act swiftly. By then, we did not know who the suspect was. General CB said to me, he's in Cape Town, but as soon as he lands, he will make a plan. Indeed, as soon as he landed, he instructed Brigadier Ramangwa to form a team. A team was formed. We followed up the information. Then we went to the set address, maybe after 2 or 3 days. And then it was around those times. And then, but unfortunately, with task force and NIU, but we did not get anything in those set address. But as we were continuing, because I was personally involved there, Mr. Matlala's name kept on popping out. But unfortunately that the complainant was, skeptical to talk exactly what is happening because he was also closer. He was Mr. Matlala's friend. I then advised the complainant, the relevant person here is Brigadier Ramangwa. I even maybe prefer if even you don't even give me anything because there are a lot of police officials here. We can't trust that who is leaking information to who and how. That is how I connected the complainant directly now to Brigadier Ramangwa, telling the complainant now that it's best and better to whatever that you have, give it to Brigadier Ramangwa so that the information must not leak in anyhow because we won't know what is happening. On the same breath, Commissioner, I've informed Mr. General Sibia that his name keep on popping. We need to move. Now we need to move on him. We must investigate further what is happening. I went again to inform Brigadier Ramangwa about that. Then Brigadier Ramangwa said, no, we are going to go and obtain the statements and then we'll take it from there. Now, the issue of Jerry Boshoga pops in now. So, there was a team that was investigating this Jerry Boshoga issue and so forth. But according, they were just investigating maybe verbally, but on the docket there was nothing. Then Brigadier Ramangwa and another colonel, I'll just remember him now. They moved in, they met with the family, they've interviewed the family. That is when they've decided to take the docket. And then from there, they've interviewed the mother thoroughly, the wife, the docket started to move. So now, as it moves, now it starts to be between 4 and 5 of December now. Brigadier Ramangwa said to me, we must call in Kat. You must come in for the interview. That is when I communicated with Kat. Imran, you are wanted in our office. You need to be interviewed, Brigadier Ramangwa, and this kind of, but I'll remember this. Colonel Mashabel, they were having the docket. I said, come in, you need to be interviewed. When you're supposed to be interviewed, the following day, Brigadier Ramangwa and Colonel Mashabel were summoned again to the family. So the meeting had to be cancelled. Then on the following day, Mr. Matlala phoned me and said, hey, I seated and waited for those people to come and interview me. Then I said to him, no, it was wrong of my part of not saying it was human error that I did not inform you that there were changes. Then on the 6th, that day, Brigadier Ramangwa phones me. He said, tell Kat that we are waiting for him in the meeting. I said, but you've never made any appointment, maybe Scott Arara. I said, no, tell him we don't need appointment, he must come here. So during my call with Mr. Matlala, I heard him. He said, hey, drop the phone, task force is in my house. Task force is in my house, I'll come back to you. Then the phone went mute. Immediately, I called General CB, said, hey, I was talking to Kat, making an appointment for the following day. This is what he said. I phoned Brigadier Ramangwa, informing him that when you have tasked me, during my tasking, this is what I have encountered. That now is the 6. And then after that, I'm putting it there. Now I'm coming back on the tip issue. The only reason that I've been communicating with Mr. Madlanga on that day is those particular reasons, the cases. And then 2, I didn't know that there was another team that was investigating Mr. Madlanga parallel. The people who were there is Special Task Force, and most of them is from KZN. I don't know anyone from KZN except General Mkosi, and Office General Mkosi is not that low to tell me to defeat the ends of justice. So I put it there.
Let me then ask you this question. Based on your answer, it would mean either on the 4th or the 5th of December, you told Ket Madlanga that the police want to interview him in relation to the Jerry Boshoga kidnapping.
Yes.
So he would have known from you that the police regard him as a suspect in the Jerry Boshoga case. I want to put it in a more understandable and decent manner. Put it in your own words.
Yes, because now when my honorable commissioner says he might have heard it from me, it was on the basis of investigation, because now he's the businessman. I can't be saying to him, come to the let's say police station without any reasonable explanation why. So I had to inform him.
So you told him that the police want him to come in for an interview in relation to the Jerry Boshoga kidnapping?
Not Jerry Boshoga kidnapping, the Dikale kidnapping, even though there was a Jerry Boshoga on the back, yes. But I did not inform him about that. So I don't want this to be taken out of context that maybe I was tipping him. It was on the basis of the investigation was in process at that time.
And because we also heard, I can't remember if it's from witness A or witness B, that when the task force arrived at Mr. Madlanga's house, he was on the phone with a SAPS member, and their suspicion is that that SAPS member would have tipped off Mr. Madlanga. Do you understand that?
I understand.
And you've just confirmed that when you were speaking to Mr. Madlanga on the 6th, he told you to drop the phone, put down the phone, because the task force is at his house, which means they would have already identified themselves by then. Is that correct?
It's not correct, but not coming from you,
yes.
Coming from the source.
Correct me so that I don't get it in.
Yes. He said, I'm watching them through the window.
Oh, okay.
And now, I think when they say it was a SAPS member, no. They knew it was me because of when he was instructed to lie down, they've taken the phone. Who are you? I've identified myself from head office on that particular day. They did not know whether it was SAPS or not. No, it was me.
So they knew that it was you who was talking to Mr. Madlanga because they took his phone, and from his phone they could see that he was talking to you.
Yes.
And they even spoke to you and you identified yourself.
Definitely.
And you said you are from where?
Head Office Organized Crime under the immediate supervision of Brigadier Ramang.
So let's forget the tip-off then.
Yes.
But let's just accept that they are correct that on the day and at the time when they raided Mr. Madlanga's home, he was talking to you. On that score, they are correct. That on the 6th of December 2024, when they were raiding Mr. Madlanga's home, he was talking to you.
On work-related?
No. I said forget what you were talking about and forget about the tip-off. Let's just focus on the day and at the time when they raided Mr. Madlanga's house. He was talking to you on the phone. Yes or no? You'll give me your reason after.
Yes.
Yes, give me your reason then. I will be fair to you. I won't
Yes.
trick you.
Yes, he was talking to me. I just want to distance myself from this tipping off
Tip off,
nonsense.
yeah.
Hey, that thing is painting me bad. So, but you understand that it was on the basis of work. As I explained, I even gave reference, even to those people that it was Brigadier
No,
Rama.
Sgt Nkosi, I'm trying to be fair to you because an allegation has been made
It's
at
true.
this commission.
That's correct.
And it became clear to me that the people who are making the allegation are saying it was either you or General Shibiri. And since you are here and we were dealing with this topic, I wanted to give you a chance to address that allegation. And you have addressed it. Mr. Chaskalson might still come back to it, and I will leave it there for now.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Just follow up on this discussion. So you were involved as part of the team under Brigadier Ramangwa
That's correct.
to investigate the allegations
That's
against Mr. Matala, or the possible involvement of Mr. Matala in the kidnapping of Mr. Bushoha.
Okay. To put it in this manner, they were investigating that docket of a missing person of Mr. Bushoha. So Mr. Matala's name kept on popping. So that is when they said, I must invite him. But at that time, he was never informed that it was about Mr. Bushoha. I only informed him that it was about that kidnapping of the child and the mother.
So, yes, my question really is, when they say you must invite him
Yes.
to come for an interview,
Yes.
it's because you are a member of their team
That's
that's looking
correct.
at this matter.
Yes.
Okay. Now, given your close relationship with Mr. Matala, which you have described, you go biking together, you visit each other, did you not see a problem of a conflict in your role as his close friend or brother, whatever relationship, which you have described it as a very close relationship, and we have no reason to not accept that. And you are intimately involved and therefore have access to SAPS's information relating to that which the team is investigating or the allegations against him. Did you not see the conflict position that you held, and therefore that it was inappropriate that you should be involved at all in investigations to do with Mr. Matala?
At that particular time, Commissioner, I was not directly involved. I would pop in and help because I was caught up there in Musina on another matter. So I did not see it as a conflict because of the docket carrier. It was Colonel Mashabela, and I would not know what are the real contest or how close are they maybe to solve that particular matter. So at that time I did not see any conflict of interest because I was.
But you would have had a discussion. You know, for example, and this is from your evidence, you knew that the original team that had the docket relating to Mr. Bushoha didn't do much. That's what you said earlier,
Yes.
that the docket, there was nothing in the docket.
Yes.
So you've got that kind of access to information. And if you wanted to, you could tell Mr. Matala, don't worry, there's nothing in the docket, if you wanted to,
Yes.
because you have access to that kind of information. And then now it's with with Brigadier Ramangwa. And when they say call him so that he comes to an interview, there's been a discussion. You say they interviewed the family, you know what they've said to the family because you're part of that. You are not part of the interview maybe, but because you're part of a team, you know how Brigadier Ramangwa gets to a point where he says to you, call him to come in. So you do have information about what's happening in this case. That places you in a conflict position already against your brother. And I refer to him as your brother only because he's so close to you. I'm not saying he's your, I'm not putting anything to it other than you have this obviously very, very close relationship. So you are put in a conflict position. You did not see or think that you should actually not be involved with this. You didn't see the problem. I see the problem, and I would have seen it from day one, and I would have said, please excuse me from this investigation. I don't want to be involved, but you don't see that, is what I'm asking. Are you sure you did not see this conflict position?
I did not.
Okay. All right, thank you. And thank you on that. Let me ask you a question, follow-up, arising from what Mr. Chaskalson put to you earlier. He asked if you were aware of the allegation that on the day of the operation against Mr. Madlanga at his house, the allegation is that by the time the police arrived, Mr. Bushokga had been moved to Mr. Nangi's house. You remember you asked of that, and I think you said, yes, you are aware of the allegation being made. Now, we've had evidence from General Sinona that Mr. Nangi lived, I don't know if he still does, lived in the same complex, I think, or estate as Mr. Madlanga. Do you know that to be a fact? It was about a discussion about why certain warnings about Mr. Nangi being released were sent to Mr. Madlanga by General Sinona, and he said, I just wanted him to know that this dangerous person has been released because they live in the same neighborhood.
I don't know.
You don't know where Mr. Nangi lives?
No.
You know where Mr. Madlanga lives? You must know. You have a very close relationship with him.
You know, some relationships, they are very different.
Is your answer that you don't know where Mr. Madlanga lives?
No, I'm trying to answer you to the best of my ability.
No, you either know or you don't, Sergeant. You don't need to think hard. You don't need to think hard about it.
No, I'm not thinking hard. The house that I know of Mr. Madlanga is not a complex. It's a standalone house. Okay. So that is the reason I'm saying I'm not, that is the complex.
So you don't know that he has a house in midstream?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson.
Can I take you, just flowing from those questions, to file 3 of 3? 3 of 3. It's the additional exhibits file.
Listen, we have 3 of 4, not 3 of 3.
3 of 3. It's the last additional chats and annexes.
It's written file 3 only.
3 of 3.
No, 3.
What our problem is, our files are just marked 1, 2, 3. It's not 1 of 3, 2 of 3, 3 of 3.
And do they go up to 8 or 7 or?
Not the numbering, but the total number of files we have.
Yes.
Oh, it's the file that has pages 861 to 1320 on it.
Yes, it's file 3.
File 3.
Only, yeah.
Okay. And can we go to page 1032?
Page
1032. Do you have 1032?
Yes?
And these are your chats with Mr. Josie Banyoni.
That's correct?
And are you aware of the allegation that Mr. Matlala had tried to kill Mr. Sibanyoni?
That's correct?
And did Mr. Matlala and Mr. Sibanyoni ever make peace after that?
I don't know.
But you were in communication with both of them.
Yes?
Can I take you to the top of page 1032?
Yes?
At 2:14 in the morning, and this is a forwarded message,
Yes.
you forward to Mr. Sibanyoni a message saying, sure, STF have arrived at the address awaiting results. Do you remember who sent you that? Well, do you remember which address that related to?
That is 2 a.m.
2 a.m. on the 6th of December 2024.
I can't recall.
Who would have forwarded you a message? Who would have sent you a message telling you that the STF have arrived at an address? Which commander of yours?
Which one?
Which commander of yours would have sent you a message at 2 in the morning on the 6th of December 2024 saying the STF have arrived at an address?
I can't recall. I can't recall.
Would it possibly have been Brigadier Ramangwa?
To send me this message.
To say STF have arrived, sure, STF have arrived at the address awaiting results. Let me maybe refresh your memory a little bit. On the night of the 5th December, 6th of December, you had injured your foot and you were at a Netcare hospital. Does that refresh your memory? You were at a Netcare hospital getting treatment to your foot. I think it was your left foot. Do you remember when that happened?
I get injured more often.
It doesn't really narrow it
I
down.
was injured, but hey, I wanna remember. Netcare.
It was a Netcare hospital. I'm not sure which one. You can probably find out which one it was. That's not helping you remember.
Sgt Nkosi, a person is only at a hospital so many times. It's not a place you go to every week. Surely you would remember if you were in a hospital because you had injured your foot.
So, Sgt Nkosi, a lot happened. Very important things happened in that period. That must remind you something. Mr. Matlala was arrested, or there was an operation rather, on Mr. Matlala. It's 2024, the PKTT was disbanded. So it's all about that same period. You must remember where you were, what you were doing in December, including were you ever injured or not in hospital.
I can maybe narrow it down a little bit. Netcare Acacia Hospital.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The hospital was the Netcare Acacia, A-K-A-S-I-A, hospital.
Hey, you know, commissioners, I'll be seen as I get injured. You, hands, legs. So I'm just trying to remember exactly what might have been the problem.
Well, the hospital's a side issue. Someone sent you a message saying, a commander would have sent you a message saying, STF Special Task Force have arrived at the address, awaiting results.
Mr. Chaskasan, maybe as a reminder also, is it not preceded by the bottom message at 10:31?
Well, let's go where Commissioner Poloi has taken you. Your previous message on the 5th of December at 11:08 p.m., you message Mr. Sibanyoni, it's today, Laduma, and there's some fists there.
Which page is that?
That's 1031. Do you see that? At the
Yes.
foot of 1031.
Yes, I see.
Can I put to you what it looks like to me?
Yes.
It looks like you didn't leak this to Mr. Madlanga. Because what it looks like is that you were preemptively celebrating with Mr. Sibanyoni that the special task force were about to raid Mr. Madlanga. That's what it looks like. Do you want to respond to that?
No. No, I can't respond to that. You know why? Honestly, I did not know. And there is no way that I would have celebrated with Mr. Sibanyoni about Mr. Madlanga. I did not know.
Why would you have sent a message to Mr. Sibanyoni saying the special task force have arrived at the address and you're awaiting results, or someone is awaiting results?
No, I would not.
What matters relating to the special task force have you discussed with Mr. Sibanyoni?
Okay. Most of the time, when Mr. Sibanyoni would travel, especially to KZN, he would send a message that I'm traveling to KZN. I don't trust that place. Can you inform the PC that I'm coming that side, for in case he must know in terms if I need help? You know, the taxi industry, how does it goes? I will be help quickly. Then I would inform the PC that he can organize that day. Mr. Sibanyoni, they are having a meeting there, and they are requesting the assistance. Then General Mkona said it must be a formal request. Then I'll revert back to Mr. Sibanyoni, and they'll write a formally a request from the Santiago offices. Then that is where they will be provided whatever that they want. So I would assume maybe it was on those pages that we're talking about the task force, but I can't quite remember.
At the time of the raids on Mr. Madlanga on the 6th of December 2024, was Brigadier Ramangwa involved in any other matters relating to the special task force, to your knowledge?
When Mr. Madlanga was raided?
Indeed.
No. It was, you're talking about when it was alleged that I tipped him off.
No, I'm not saying you tipped him off.
No. I'm just asking that it was that time. Yes or no?
Yes, that time, the 6th of December.
No. Brigadier Ramangwa had no clue at all.
Sorry, had?
He had no clue that there was another investigation on Mr. Madlanga. So he had no knowledge about this.
Was Brigadier Ramangwa in charge of the raid, aware that there was going to be a raid on Mr. Madlanga's house on the 6th of December?
According to me, he did not know.
Who was in charge of the special task force in relation to the raid on Mr. Matlala's house?
I don't know.
We'll come back to Mr. Sibanyoni much later, but for now, let's go back to Mr. Nangi.
Yes. Can I close this file?
The Sibanyoni file can be put away. This whole line of questioning started when you said that General Sibia forwarded that email about the Nangi inquiry to you because he wanted you to send it to Mr. Matlala. Did you send it to Mr. Matlala?
I think so.
Did you send it to anybody else?
I might have sent it maybe to General Shibiri.
And to anybody outside the SAPS?
I can't remember.
If you can then go to page 578 in file
5?
78, file 2. It's the Mr. Mutsumi file because you sent it to him.
Okay.
Do you have it?
Yes, I have it.
You'll see that on the 12th of February 2025 at 17:25:57, you forwarded that same email to Mr. Mutsumi, and you'll find that email on page 188 of file 3. That's the email that was attached to your chats with Mr. Mutsumi.
The email about Nangi, the one we just...
It is the Nangi email. It's the same email. It appears twice in the bundle. At 104, or 3 times in fact. At 103 with the header, the email header, at 104 where it comes from General Sibia, and at 188 where it is sent to Mr. Mutsumi.
104. Yeah. See.
So why did you forward this email about Mr. Nangi to Mr. Mutsumi?
Oh, can I answer?
Sorry?
I'm saying, can I answer?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. Maybe to put it on a bigger scale. I might have not maybe explained at first, Tara. One of the reasons that I constantly, other than General Mkonasi's things and not so forth, the reason that I'm sending some of the stuff, especially on crime, to Mr. Mutsumi, one is because of his the businessman, and being a businessman he also has interest on the safety and security of the inheritance of South Africa. So most of the time, when I'm with him, we discuss about crimes that are happening in South Africa, specifically. Maybe most is KZN, Johannesburg, and so forth. So I sometimes I feel the importance that whenever there is something that is happening, I forward to him, we discuss it, and I've sent him on those bases that, hey, there is this thing that is happening again of the kidnappings. And okay, one of the things that Mr. Mutsumi is always concerned about is when police are implicated in wrongdoing. So his interest is there. He does not want when police are implicated in wrongdoing, because according to him, he's got the best interest of South Africa and its inheritance. So when a police official is mentioned in wrongdoing, he gets worried, and we discuss about it. Sometimes it's the matter of what is happening around.
What's the police wrongdoing here?
Because now, as you see this file, is that we understand that Major General Shibiri was briefed by you about monies received from Nangi as a donation. Where police are usually implicated in wrongdoing. So,
but the allegation here, as I read it, is not that the police were paid by Nangi. It's that this expert, so-called advisor, who the police were engaging, was paid by Nangi. Does that indicate police wrongdoing?
Can you repeat that question?
So you said this was about Mr. Mutsumi's concern about police wrongdoing. But this email doesn't raise any police wrongdoing. Email, remember, was not addressed to the police at all. It was addressed to this advisor. And the allegation was that the advisor had received money from Mr. Nangi.
I'm not particularly maybe talking about this document per se. I'm just explaining why do I always send Mr. Mutsumi the sensitive information or something. Before you proceed, Commissioners, I'm pressed.
Sergeant.
Sergeant, you were talking about your reasons for your general practice of sharing material involving police wrongdoing with Mr. Mutsumi. But I'm interested in this specific example. Why did you send this email about Mr. Nangi and the so-called expert? Why did you send that to Mr. Mutsumi?
It goes back to that statement that I was referring to, that to be knowledgeable about what is happening around.
You wanted him to know that the media is asking questions, because this is a media inquiry. Is that what you, when you say to be knowledgeable about what is happening around, all it is a media inquiry. You wanted him to know that the media is asking questions about this.
Not that I wanted him to know about what media is asking. I was just to have information that what is just happening around the area.
The email has got questions.
Yes.
It's not. It's asking for comment on these, but you want him to know that the media is asking the addressee in what capacity the addressee has dealt with Mr. Nangi. Is that what you wanted Mr. Mutsumi to know? That's the first question there. You wanted Mr. Mutsumi to know that the media is asking that person what his dealings are with Mr. Nangi.
I think so, Commissioner.
Okay, and you wanted him to know that the media is asking the addressee whether he received money from Nangi. Your answer?
I think so.
Okay. You wanted him to know that the media wants the addressee to explain where they say that Major General Sibia had briefed the addressee about monies received from Nangi as a donation. You wanted Mr. Mutsumi to know that. You thought he was interested in something like that, which I've listed.
That's correct.
Okay. And also whether the company of the addressee has a memorandum of understanding with SAPS. You wanted him to know the media is asking those kind of questions.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Then it brings us to why. Why did you want him to know the media is asking these kind of questions? You say you wanted him to know what is happening around. And we've just gone through what it is that's happening around. It is that the media is asking these specific questions. And I'm asking you, why did you want him to know that the media is asking these specific questions?
Okay. Because of the statement just as said before.
Which is what?
That I sent to him because he's got an interest in what is happening in the country.
Yes. You see, I'm sure you didn't send him everything that's happening in the country that came to your attention. I mean, otherwise you would not have been sleeping. You would be WhatsApping him quite a lot, many hours in a day. So you were, I think it's fair, and you can say to me I'm wrong, I think it's fair to assume that you were selective in what you sent to him. You didn't send him everything and anything, right? That's a fair assumption to make. You chose what it is that you sent to him. Of everything that comes to you or in your way or in the public space, you chose what to send. You didn't just send anything and everything.
Yes?
Yes, so this was quite a deliberate choice of this message. It doesn't make reference to him, doesn't say anything to him. And it's not clear, because I don't know anything about him and his life, it's not clear that any of this stuff here is his business. Doesn't look like it, that it involves his business. And I may be wrong, it's for you to say that, well, he was interested in the topic of Mr. Nangi, in fact, for reason A, B, C, D. He was a fan, like he was of General Mkosi, maybe. Maybe you and him have discussed Mr. Nangi in some context. Maybe they know each other. There has to be an explanation why you sent this. Sergeant, it's a very specific line of inquiry here that has nothing to do with the SAPS. It's not addressed to the SAPS. So there has to be an explanation. You didn't just share it for the sake of it. And your answer that you were just sharing because he's interested, no, it's not the real answer, it's not the correct answer. Well, let me not say correct, it cannot be. It's improbable that you shared this because he's interested in what happens in the country. Do you want to try again with an explanation, or you stand by the unsatisfactory, and I want to say it's an unsatisfactory explanation that you were just sharing with him because he's interested in the safety of the inhabitants of this country. This doesn't deal with safety of inhabitants of this country.
Okay, Commissioner, if I may say now, let me try again, or let me come out with, I don't want to create stories, because stories, they go and bite you there, so.
You've heard me that your answer is not set. It's improbable, the reason you give why you shared, but also it's an unsatisfactory
I take
answer. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nkosi.
You see, there is quite a lot of information you share with Mr. Motsumi that raises questions. We've been through all of those press reports describing the troubles of the grouping within SAPS linked to General Khumalo, General Masemola, General Mkosi. Right back in February, we looked at that fingerprint kit relating to the cash in transit case in Musina. You'll see it at page 556 of your chats with of Mr. Motsumi. You remember that this was the fingerprint kit in relation to a cash in transit case, and you forwarded to Mr. Motsumi a copy of the fingerprint kit and a copy of the letter identifying the particular forensic examiner to whom that fingerprint kit would be sent. Do you recall that?
Yes.
We've just seen this email about Mr. Nangi. Yesterday we were looking at the audit report in relation to Mr. Matlala's contract that you also sent to him. If you go to 595 of that file, file 2, you'll see that you forward to Mr. Motsumi an internal SAPS report about a series of arrests relating to business robberies in Moinoi, in the northwest, an internal SAPS report. There are a lot of materials from inside SAPS that you're sharing with Mr. Mutsumi. Why?
Can I answer?
I mean, you have addressed, you've explained them one by one, but what I want to put to you is that there is a great deal of confidential SAPS information that you share with Mr. Mutsumi. And certainly from the outside, it looks like you are leaking SAPS information to him. And you're leaking SAPS information to him so that he can take advantage of it in his own activities. That's what it looks like. What's your response to that?
That's not true.
I mean, we've been through them one by one. I don't want to take them further. But what I do want to do is to go back.
Commissioner, just the witness requested that can I answer? And he was not afforded that opportunity to then answer.
Sorry, did you want to amplify your... I didn't hear you say I wanted to answer. If you do want to say more, please do.
I wanted to say that it is not as it looks that I'm sending sensitive information to Mr. Mutsumi. Mr. Mutsumi's got no interest in these criminal reports that I send him, whether either from SAPS or from the media. According to me, Mr. Mutsumi is an old man with his various businesses. He's got no interest. I'm just sharing with him because of the love for the country and his concern about the safety and security of the Republic.
That's not the answer you gave yesterday in relation to the audit report. You said you shared the audit report with Mr. Mutsumi because you knew that Mr. Matlala owed him money and that he would be concerned if Mr. Matlala's contract with SAPS is terminated because there was a risk that he would not get paid. And I specifically asked you, for whose benefit were you sharing that audit report? And you said, for Mr. Mutsumi's benefit. So the answer you're giving now, that when you are told about these examples, you say he had no interest, it differs from the answer you gave yesterday.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yes?
They do not differ. It's an additional.
It's additional.
Yes. I'm just elaborating further that some of they've got different meanings. This one is owing this one. That's why I'm sending this one. Is because of
But for the audit report, I've summarized your response correctly.
Yes.
And you stand by that response.
That's right.
Thank you.
Regarding the issue that was raised by Mr. Ngwatu, may I say this to you? You don't have to ask for permission to answer questions. So once you've been asked a question, you should just answer the question, Sgt Nkosi. Don't say, may I answer? Just answer. So the issue raised by Mr. Ngwatu would not arise at all if you just simply answered the question. Do you understand?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, is your answer to Mr. Shaskalsin that you shared this because Mr. Mutsumi has a particular interest in what goes on with regard to criminality in the country? Did I understand you correctly? Is that what you said or not really? Or what was your answer? What was your answer?
Oh, no, my answer is because Mr. Mutsumi is concerned about what is happening around the country as a business.
With regard to crime?
Any crime, Commissioners.
There are so many South Africans who are interested in that. Why don't you then just post publicly because they too have an interest. Why don't you publicize SAPS documents for all those South Africans who have a particular interest in what goes on in the country with regard to criminality? Why Mr. Mutsumi only? Or let me take out the only. Why Mr. Mutsumi?
I think it is on the basis that I often discuss with him about this thing that is happening around. We discuss crime, we discuss progress, we discuss, growth and so forth. That is the reason sometimes I see it fit to only send to him, even though I know that there are many people who are concerned about crime in South Africa. But because of this particular one is the one that I'm always interacting with. That's why I'm...
Wasn't this a confidential SAPS document?
Come again, Commissioner?
Was this not a confidential SAPS document?
No.
Page 595.
No.
What was it?
It was already flying on social media.
Sergeant, it's addressed to a general. Good morning, General. This is not a media publication. It's internal SAPS communication. Somebody reporting to someone internally. You didn't pull this from the media.
Yeah.
It's an internal SAPS write-up.
It's a communication to a general.
Yes.
Good morning, General.
Yes.
Was that not a confidential SAPS document?
Commissioners, on each and every scene of crime, major scenes, and the reports like this, let me just make an example. If, let's say, the scene happens at 10 in the morning, and then there are photos there, and then there is a report, maybe, let's say, by 12, being addressed to the general. Good morning, General, this and this and this happened. By 3 o'clock, that thing is no longer a confidential document because of now it's all over the news.
Let's leave out leaks. Was this not a confidential SAPS document? Please answer the question directly.
At that time, when I received it or when I sent it to you, it was not.
No. When the writer wrote this to whoever the general written to was it not a confidential document? Let's leave out what had happened by the time that you picked up the document from wherever it is you picked it up from. Was it not a confidential SAPS document?
I don't want to shy away from answering, but when I sent it, it was no longer...
No, that's not my question. And towards the end of my question, I made it clear to you that what you are answering is not what I was asking.
Yes.
So at the time of writing, was this not a confidential SAPS document? Not at the time of sharing.
I don't know if can we pack it and...
No, General. I'm Sergeant. I don't know how many times you've said that. I'm asking you the question now, and I want a response now, please.
But I was never given an opportunity to pack issues. Maybe this time can give me the opportunity to pack this one.
No. Look at the document, its nature, and I'm sure from the time Mr. Shaskalsin drew your attention to the document, you saw what the document is. You know what this document is. Surely you should be able to say, yes, it was, no, it was not. Was it a confidential SAPS document?
Can we pack it, Commissioner?
Why? Why should we pack it? Why should we pack it?
So that
Is
I
it
must-
because you are not able to glean from the nature of the document whether or not it was confidential? Why should we pack it?
So that when I answer, I must answer to the satisfaction of the commissioner, because of
I will actually be satisfied if we don't pack the question. If we pack it, I'm probably not going to be satisfied. I will take the attitude that you were avoiding the question.
and I don't want to answer as well for the sake of passing the question, because
Is it because you cannot tell from the nature of the document whether or not it was confidential, which is why you may require time? I just want to understand your thinking.
Commissioner,
Yes,
if I may,
yes, Mr.
may I request a 2-minute stand down just to provide an advice to the client?
Not in the middle of a simple question like this, Mr. Mato.
And especially for that, that's why just so that I can assist.
No, then you can say right across us and say it's a fair question for you to answer right in front of us, Mr. Mato.
I find it that he does not.
Especially if you say it's, oh, yes.
I think he struggles to understand what you're saying. You're not saying at the time of him sending, was it a confidential or not? You're saying at the time
No,
of
that's
writing.
exactly,
Yes.
what you've just said is exactly what I'm not asking. I'm asking at the time this document was written.
That's
I'm
what-
going to move on to the stage when he then shared the document.
That's
I want to, yes, so.
And that's
so
what I
it's a-
wanted to assist the commission on, therefore, so that he can have the distinction between.
I'm sure you understood my question. If Sgt Nkosi says he doesn't understand the question, then I would not understand, because I've asked the question a good few times, Mr. Ngwato.
Commissioner, I'll leave it there. I was just trying
Thank
to
you.
help. And that's it. We can move on.
Thank you. Sgt Nkosi, not once did I understand you to suggest that you did not understand my question. My question is, as at the time of writing and transmission of this email from the writer to the general to whom it's addressed, was this a confidential SAPS document? Or was this the sort of document that the writer would have intended to be posted out there for public consumption? I'm talking as at the time of writing and transmission.
I want to be honest with you, Commissioner.
You see, I will tell you why you have a difficulty. The difficulty you have is the function of you having shared this document. I suggest to you that you are not able to answer my question exactly because of that. It's because now, after the event, you have to try to justify why you shared what is obviously a confidential document. So you are having the difficulty you are having because you shared it when you ought not to have shared it. Do you wish to respond?
I can't respond, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shastratsan.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Is it not practice that suspects are not identified in public before they appear in court? Is that not SAPS practice?
Please?
Do you identify suspects before they appear in court?
Can you repeat your question so that I must understand, Commissioner?
Is
Kumar?
it SAPS practice that suspects are identified publicly before they make their first appearance in court?
No.
No. Now, looking at this document, it identifies suspects, and remember it's the 27th of May
Yes.
when you share it with Mr. Mutsumi.
Yes.
Now look at the bottom of that email on 598, 96. having identified the suspects, the last part of it says all suspects will appear in Brits Court on the 29th of May, 2025. But you, on the 27th of May, have already shared this document, including the details of the suspects, with Mr. Mutsumi. So you cannot be correct when you say it was already in the public domain, because the public would not be notified of the suspects and their identities before they appear in court. Do you want to comment? Do you now accept that it was confidential?
Commissioner Kumalo, can we pack it and I'll answer?
And to add to what you've just asked to be parked, looking at the nature of the document, which as Commissioner Kumalo says to you,
Yes.
was confidential. Now, assuming that you are correct, that somehow it was in the public domain, must you, as a SAPS officer, perpetuate an unlawful leak? Assuming that you are correct, I'm not saying you are, but assuming that you are correct, that this had been leaked and it was now in the public domain, must you as a SAPS officer then perpetuate the leak by sending to, for example, Mr. Mutsumi?
No, the question is valid, but it's just that I just want to find the right way to answer my honorable commission. I don't want to answer for the sake of answering, so I must answer to the satisfactory of the commission.
So when will you answer? Because I want an answer now.
No, I'll answer. I'll answer.
Do you want to answer now, or can I ask my question? Because I have a question on this same document. Do you want to answer the chair first? No, I'm not saying you should answer, Sergeant. I'm just checking. Can I go ahead and ask my question? Which I won't do if you're still thinking about your answer to the chair and you want to answer him first.
I think maybe you may.
Yes.
Maybe you may.
Ask my question. All right. Let me raise with you what I want to raise. You see, I want to point out to you why this document could not have been in the public domain when you distributed it. And then I will raise my concern about the fact that what my concern is about the fact that you've raised it, you've distributed it to a member of the public. At 595, this document has the name and the address of the complainant. This document. It tells Mr. Mutsumi who is the complainant. It gives him the address, and it gives him the cell phone number of the complainant. You see that in paragraph 3, after scene of crime. So you're sharing that kind of information with a civilian. And then it also has the details of a witness, gives the name of the witness, and says where the witness is. That's information that you share with a member of the public whose interest you haven't clarified to us. And then when you go further down in the middle of that so that's not information that SAPS would share with the public. Do you accept that? The cell phone number of a complainant, for example, the address of a complainant, is that matters that SAPS would put in the public domain? And I would be surprised, I must tell you, if you say yes.
Okay, Commissioner, indeed, SAPS cannot disclose.
Yes. Okay, let's go further down with the document. It lists, there's a heading there, properties stolen are. In the middle of the page, you see where I'm reading?
Yes.
It lists the details of what exactly was stolen. The truckloads of chrome, pistols, it even gives serial numbers of pistols and the number of rounds. It's 2 pistols and both of them have serial numbers in the rounds. And then you go to 3, it lists cell phones that were taken and how much they are worth. And then when you go to the last paragraph, which is what Commissioner Khumalo raises with you, it has names and dates of birth of suspects following their arrests. And it tells you some are Lesotho national, some are South African. It also says they are involved in certain case numbers, and it gives those case numbers. It lists them at the bottom of that page and then at 596. And as Commissioner Khumalo says, it also says when the suspects will appear, it says investigations still continue to track the buyer and tracking of the stolen chrome. So you're telling a civilian that police are tracking the buyer and where the stolen goods ended. You give all of that information, which is obviously internal information of the SAPS. And the question is, why would you give this information to Mr. Mutsumi? And I want to put to you that you haven't been open with us about why you have shared this information with Mr. Mutsumi, this kind of information. This is internal SAPS information that's never shared with the public. Names of witnesses, I think it doesn't require much debate to say, well, witnesses are protected. The public can't know who is going to be testifying about these things. Here you are, you've shared with Mr. Mutsumi. It cannot be because of his interest in crime that's happening in the country that you give him the name of a witness, for example, and the cell phone number and the address of a complainant and of a witness. There's another reason you gave it to him, and you are not open and frank about why you gave him that information. Do you want to comment, if at all?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm requesting that I make it one package. Commissioner Khumalo, the chair, and one, I'm not shying away from sending a classified document. It is alleged now. In another way, I'm sending this to Mr. Mutsumi to praise the good work that the police has done, because of his got concern that police are not working, people are not protected, the inheritance of the republic. I'm sending this that in a sense that even though I send you allegations against the police, I'm also sending you good things that the police has done. And this was already it was already in public, but for me, I'm sending it in that sense that the police has done a good job, or at least they've arrested people and so forth.
But why did he need to know the witness name and where they are to be found? Why did he need to know the complainant's name and cell phone number and address? Why did he need to know that? Why did he need to know that the police have recovered pistols with serial numbers? Why did Mr. Mutsumi need to know that kind of information?
As I've said earlier, Commissioners, I just sent it him as raw as it was, where I got it from the public, and I sent it.
That's your answer. Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson.
Chair, we've run past 2 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Can we take the break at this point?
Yes, Let's adjourn, and I won't say which one of my co-commissioners said so, but one of them has suggested that we resume at 2:10. Let's adjourn. Yes, Mr. Shaskelson.
Thanks, Chair. Before we leave the topic of Mr. Mutsumi, I'd like us to go back to a screenshot that I raised with you back in February. It's the screenshot from Jerry Kazi that's in the chat with the man saved as Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President. Now the screenshot goes to page 697, the chat file, which would be file 2. Six nine six on the 17th of January 2024. And it's the screenshot, it's two versions of the same screenshot, 557. The screenshot itself is at page 230 in file 4. And maybe we can just look at the screenshot, just remembering that it's sent on the 17th of January 2024. So if we can go to file 4 of 4, file 4 of 4.
Said 230 or 404?
230 in file 4 of 4. It's near it should be near the front of the file. Sergeant, you have the screenshot.
Yes, I have it.
So when I got last time, firstly, you explained that the Deputy President who was involved in these chats, it was his nephew. You recall that?
Yes.
And you said it was his nephew Sipiwe, and I said, was that Sipiwe Mabuza? And you said yes, but in fact we've now established that it's actually Sipiwe Mashile. Is that correct? That Sipiwe's surname is Mashile, not Mabuza.
I don't know that, but I assume it was pure Mabuza. I know that it was pure Mabuza, according to him.
Well, we can, if you don't know, then
No, I don't deny it.
You won't deny it.
Yes.
Then Jerry Kazi, we zoomed into the screen, the profile picture of Jerry Kazi, and I knew I'd seen that face somewhere before. Can we just display it? Because I think you'll recognize it if we zoom in. Who is Jerry Kazi?
Is Garrett Mnis?
The CFO of Tshwane, the current CFO of Tshwane.
That's correct.
And he is saved in your chats as Mpumalanga CFO, or CFO Mpumalanga, is he not?
That's correct.
Sorry, the zooming in, was that for the consumption of
It was just for
Sergeant
confirming-
Nkosi only? Oh,
I mean, if people want to see, that's the...
thank you.
But Sergeant has confirmed that it is in fact Mr. Mnisi.
Thank you.
If we hold that screenshot available, not the zoomed in one, just the regular full screen one.
Aren't we able, there's a person that looks like a child, aren't we able to, hide the face, or we could shade over it or
Well, we do need to identify that person.
that
That's
very-
Mr. Mnisi. And
I meant right across the face. It looks like a child.
sorry, he has a very young face. Well, let's not display it then. Let's not display it. But do you have do you have that screenshot at page 230 to hand, as it were? Because I'm going to take you somewhere else, but I want you to still have access to 230 at the same time. So maybe just
Yeah, I've got
put a marker on it. And then if you go to 533, be in file 2.
What page is that?
533.
File 2 of 4.
Yes.
So there you'll see that shortly after receiving the screenshot from the late Deputy President's nephew, you forwarded it to Mr. Motsumi. You see that at the top of 533, 1739, 29.
I see that.
Now, if we go back to the screenshot, let's look at what it was that you were forwarding to Mr. Motsumi. So we have a that says, okay, Kazi, I've got an issue. Mr. Mashile or Mr. Mabuza saying to Mr. Mnisi, I've got an issue. Sorry, other way around. Mr. Mnisi saying to Mr. Mashile, I've got an issue. Then there is a voice note and a voice call. Then Mr. Mnisi sends back a picture of his calendar saying, I have an urgent special exco now at 6. And Mr. Mashile says, you'll indicate. And then Mr. Mnisi says, let him tonight, after my meeting, it's urgent, and to confirm assent. Why would you send this screenshot involving an exchange between Mr. Mnisi and Mr. Mashile, or person who you knew as Mr. Mabuza, concerning a meeting with you, Why would you send that to Mr. Motsumi? What was Mr. Motsumi's interest in that meeting?
Mr. Mutsumi had no interest in this. The reason that I've sent to Mr. recall better, I was supposed to go and meet him. So I'm sending this message that I'm caught up in a way. I have to attend this one.
So this is just a message to Mr. Motsumi to apologize for standing him up, as it were.
Because, yes, I confirm that.
Why Mr. Mnisi wanted to meet you and Mr. Mashile in January 2024?
Yes, I recall.
And what was that about?
It was a peace meeting where I was supposed to coordinate between Mr. Mnisi and Mr. Lukukela.
Sorry, Mr. The second name, Mr. Mokopela? Lekukela?
Yes.
Mpo Lekukela?
That's correct.
In relation to what?
When Mr. Mnisi started to work at Tswane, Mr. Lukukela was already there. So they were not, so it happens that Mr. Lukukela, I grew up with him in Soshanguve, and I know Mr. Gareth Mnisi, and I had to intervene in their conflict.
To make peace between them?
Yes, at that time, yes.
Then if we can move off the screenshot and go to page 797, which is in new file, is it in new file 2? No, sorry, old file 2.
797.
It should be the same file then, if it's 2 or 4.
2 of 4, same file.
Yes.
Same file that you were in, page 797. And I don't want us to display this, but what we see at page 797, do you have it? Do you have it now?
Yes, I have it.
What we see at page 797 is a photograph that was on your phone, and it's a photograph of a picture on another phone, and the picture on the other phone looks like an extract from a SAPS record, some sort of personnel record for an individual who is employed by SAPS, and I don't want us to mention that person's name. But I do want to know how you came to get this photograph. From whom did you get this photograph to begin with? Well, let's start there. From whom did you get this photograph?
I got this photograph from the informant that was brought to me by General Shibiri. The informant's name, I don't know if I can mention it, but...
Don't mention that name, but maybe put it down on a piece of paper that I will be able to see.
Yes, Mr. Shashalson.
When did this informant bring you that that information? Or that picture, not that information, that picture.
During of information,
Yes, but when? When are we talking about? When did this happen?
I can't remember exactly when, but if maybe the commission can just allow me to explain when did it started. That's why they must just get a clear picture.
Certainly, if you can't give me an exact, an approximate date now, maybe explain the context or what you wanted to say, and then we can ask further.
But be careful not to mention the name on that picture.
Or the name of the informant.
Yes.
Not my informant, General Shibiri's informant.
Even so, one shouldn't mention the name.
Yes. The commissioner was seated in my office when I received a call from telling me to come to his office. On my arrival to his office,
Picking up, there's a complaint that you cannot be heard, so
Please just pull them closer to you.
okay, on my arrival to General Shibiri's office, he introduced me to this 1-1, and then upon introduction, it was vis-a-vis, and there and there he further informed me that this one is got of the kidnappers. That was according to General Shibiri. And he also got the information about the illicit cigarettes that are being sourced from Zimbabwe to South Africa. He said he's handing that informant to me, and then that informant will show me or point me the addresses of the said people who are involved, who are kept, and the said cigarettes. Immediately, myself and the informers, we went out from General Shibiri's office because automatically that was all about that, the introduction. Then the first operation was in Limpopo when I went to verify or spot the address where there were Pakistanis who were kept there against their will, and the illegal cigarettes from Zimbabwe. Immediately when I arrived there, as I was observing, I took the photo to General Shibiri. I sent the pin location as well to General Shibiri, so that to prove that indeed I did follow up the set address. On the very, then we came back very late because of it was far there in Limpopo. On the very same week, the same informant contacted me about these alleged kidnappers, or who kidnapped one Chinese guy. One of the addresses now, this, the 790, but then I did not have. I I went there. I did the same what I did in Limpopo. I took picture, location, send it to General Shibiri. I went to another address again in Centurion. I took picture, location, sent to General Shibiri. Now, after 2 or 3 days, this informant sent me now this. I go back to the sender now. Who is General Shibiri? This is what I received from the informant. But before I could go to him, I also sent it. As I received it, I forwarded. So I went there to explain to him now, personally, that this is what I have. What do you know about it? He said, according to what the informant is telling you, that people are kept against their will there. But I said to me, according to me, that address the intelligence to observation, because there is no movement. I've spent plus minus an hour or two on 2 of the addresses, that one of this and the other one in Centurion. So it was different than the one in Limpopo, where you will see that it's a shop, is busy, that people are working there. So I recommend to General Shibiri that no, be an observation here, the intelligent one. It's not something that we can act upon it. So where I stop, it came about that.
So this informant with the name that we saw on the piece of paper was an informant who was, as it were, given to you by General Shibiri.
I confirm.
And the informant came from Pakistan. Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you have more than one informant with that name who comes from Pakistan? Informant with that name that you have who comes?
I get your question.
So informant John, okay, because we know his name isn't John. Okay?
Yes.
And you say John comes from Pakistan.
Yes.
Do you have another informant called John from Pakistan, except not John, this, the real name of this informant? Yes, from Pakistan, all with the same name, or just one?
This one was not my informant, but that John name, according to my knowledge, is only one in my phone, the John name.
So there's only one informant by that name who comes from Pakistan?
That's correct.
And that informant, you say, was assisting with investigations into kidnapping and into illegal cigarettes.
Yes.
And in that context, the informant gave you first pointed out an address where people were being held against their will on one occasion. And you then took a picture of that address, or you sent a pin of that address? How did you record the address on the first occasion?
I wrote it on a diary, and I took same picture and sent it to the general.
So you wrote it in your diary, and you sent a picture of it to General Shibiri?
Yes.
Talking about diaries, I presume you carry a pocketbook with you when you're on police business?
That's correct.
And do you have a pocketbook for the period 2024 and 2025?
I will check when I arrive home. But the last time I checked, I had the
Because
pocketbooks.
we would like to see those pocketbooks if they still exist.
Yes.
Your attorney to get a copy as soon as possible.
Yes, once I find them, I will do that.
But now we're talking, going back to this address and your informant. The first occasion, he gives you an address. Did he give you the address orally? Did he show you a written recordal of the address? Did he? You had to write it down in your diary, and that's what you sent to General Shabiri. How did you know what to write down in the diary? How was it conveyed to you?
Okay. Firstly, about these addresses, General Shabiri briefed me first in the presence of the informant that this informant is going to show you the said addresses that he alleges that there is irregularity there. So now, after that, I go to with the informant to those addresses.
So when it wasn't in the presence of the informant, you had to go to see?
No, it was in the presence of the informant.
So then you didn't have to go to meet the informant, you had to go with the informant somewhere.
Can you?
So if it was in the informant, then you and the informant were together.
When we were formally introduced, I was about what the informant is going to do with me.
So you have a meeting, you, General Shabiri, and the informant.
That
And
was the
General
info-
Shabiri says this informant is going to point out some addresses to you.
That's correct.
When does the informant point out on the same day, another day?
On the following day, the first address was in Limpopo. If I will check with my chats with General Shabiri, where I've sent him the location and the pictures of that address.
So that's the first address. And approximately when would this have been?
Can you repeat that again?
Approximately when would that first meeting with this informant for the first time be, and then you go off with the informant to Limpopo to see an address?
The first meeting I was introduced in head office, in General Shabiri's office.
King 2025, 2024, 2023, what's it? How do you remember when that meeting was? Sorry, not how do you remember. Have you got a recollection of when that first meeting was?
I can't really remember whether it was 2024 or 2025. But if it was 2024, it must have been maybe, let's say, around December. If it was 2025, it might have been. So I'm not quite sure.
And you then go off to Limpopo. The address is pointed out to you. And you make a note of what the address is. Is it an address in a town, or is it an address out in the rural areas?
Rural areas.
And so how would you have described it when you write it down? How do you describe an address that's areas? Because it's not going to be a street name and a street number. How would you have described it?
Rural areas got addresses.
So this is out in the countryside, but you have a street name and a street number.
Out in the countryside.
Yeah?
It's in Limpopo.
No, I understand it's in Limpopo, but maybe we're cross purposes with rural areas. Is it in a town, or is it just a farm in the countryside?
Or emakhaya, bathi ngesizulu esase KZN abathi emakhaya lapho ngekho edolobheni.
Lokshi.
Elokishini.
Ikasi, yeah.
Okay, so we can have a house number, as it were, to describe the address.
Yes.
And you then WhatsApp that address on a piece of paper to General Shibiri.
Not WhatsApp.
You photograph it.
Yes.
You don't WhatsApp it to General Shibiri.
I photograph, send pin location.
And you sent a pin location to General
Yes.
Shibiri. Okay, so you didn't actually need to, you had a very precise position for that address.
That's correct.
Now that's the first occasion
Yes.
out in Limpopo. Now I understand that your evidence was that this witness came back to you second occasion to say, I now have found another place where kidnappers are holding people against their will.
Yes.
How soon after the first occasion was this?
I think soon after, General Shibiri went to a Pakistani embassy. There was a complaint against some Pakistani asylum who were kept a plane from to the head office. Then General Shibiri was tasked, because of he's the one who attended it there. And he had a memorandum about that as well, maybe can be asked. And then okay.
No, my question's slightly different. It's how long after the first trip with a witness to an address where kidnappers were holding people did the witness come to you a second time with the address that we see in the photograph? How long passed between your two meetings with this witness at which disclosed addresses where kidnappers were holding people?
It might be maybe a week, subjected to be corrected based on what I've sent Shibiri, but I think a week or 6 days, somewhere like that.
So it was relatively quick.
Yes.
Now, this informant, he was introduced to you by General Shibiri, you said, approximately a day before the first trip to Limpopo. You in with the witness and said, this is my informant, he has information, this is what he's going to do, and then you said the next day you went off to Limpopo to find the house.
Yes.
And you had had no contact with this witness before you were introduced by General Shibiri?
No.
And then approximately a week later, this witness gave you the second address. And that second address is what you photographed on your iPhone. Well, not on your iPhone, I don't know what phone you had. But you took a picture of that second address on your phone.
That's correct. I did, as I did on the first address.
Well, the first time you weren't taking a picture of a phone, you were taking a picture of some writing in a diary.
That's correct.
Where were you when you took the picture of the informant's phone?
In Pretoria,
And where? At somewhere else? I mean, where in Pretoria?
Pretoria CBD,
So it wasn't, you had a meeting with the witness, not at your office, but at some venue in Pretoria?
just in CBD.
Just in the CBD somewhere?
Yes.
And the witness shows you this picture?
Yes.
Sorry, the informant, and decide, well, you photograph it so that you have a record of it yourself.
Yes, that's correct.
You see, Sergeant, I have to put it to you that that story is false for several reasons. The most fundamental one is that the photograph, as we'll see on page 798, was taken on the 13th of June 2025. Your photograph was taken on the 13th of June 2025. And what your WhatsApps will show, communicating with this informant since the 14th of February 2024. So if the informant was introduced to you by General Shibiri for the first time a day before the first trip to identify an address, and the second encounter where you took this photo was a week later, that would all have happened in the course of June 2025. And it wouldn't have been possible for you to be in communication with this witness some 14 months previously in February 2024. What's your response to that?
I might have made a mistake when it comes to the dates, but I still stick to my cards when I say the said informant was introduced to me by General Shibiri. I might maybe done a mistake, human error, by not being sure about the dates, but to communicate with the said person on that day.
But Sergeant, I don't think it's possible to make a mistake of this nature. I don't think one can make an innocent mistake of thinking that you had two meetings with this witness 1 week apart, when, if your story is true, those meetings would have to be 14 months apart, not 1 week apart. Can you respond to that?
I have no reason to lie, especially about General Shibiri or about the said informant. And I still put it to the commission that what I say is what transpired. I would not, no matter how evil I might be or I might look, and start to paint someone for something that you don't know or is distant from. That is here by my right hand side. I did discuss it with General Shibiri because he is the one who introduced to me this person.
You see, Sergeant, there's a second aspect of your story which doesn't add up as far as I'm concerned. Because if we look at this photograph is of a picture taken by someone who has access to an internal SAPS personnel computer. The picture, it's a SAPS screen. It has the service number of a SAPS officer. It has the home address of a SAPS officer. It has the SAPS email address of a SAPS officer. So whoever took the original picture that you photographed would have to have been someone with access to a SAPS. You accept that?
Yes, I do agree.
So how would your informant from Pakistan have ended up providing you with this picture?
Not my informant.
General Shabiri's informant.
Yes. I would not know. That is the reason I've raised.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairperson, just.
This microphone does work.
Perhaps please respond to that, and then we'll have to
Yes.
take a short adjournment here.
Mr. Ngwato is correct. We haven't, this informant's chats with with Sergeant Nkosi certainly aren't in the bundle. They may or may not have been on the first memory stick. I didn't realize they had any relevance whatsoever until this evidence was given. When this evidence was given, I went online, or not online, I went to our record and went to see, one, whether this witness, the witness with the name that I remembered, came from Pakistan, and indeed the witness does, the informant does, and two, when those chats started. So I'm happy to download those chats, and Mr. Ngwato can re-examine on the basis of it. I didn't realize the chats were going to be relevant until this evidence was given.
Please remind me again, Sergeant Nkosi is scheduled to testify until when?
Well, until released.
Will he have 2, 3, or 4 days? I'm asking in that sense, Mr. Justice.
I'm not sure what the arrangement was. We still have to get to a huge number of chats about the Tshwane Police Department, which were provided to Sergeant Nkosi about 3 weeks ago.
Thank you.
It will certainly be more than a...
Mr. Ngwato?
Chair, I have a serious problem with the response that Mr. Chairperson just indicated, and I'm getting, every day surprised with new information, new documents. And now he says to you, there's still a lot of questions to come about Tshwane on documents that were provided to us 3 weeks ago. That's not correct. The document delivered on my office this Friday. And I did not make an issue about it. That forced me to then change my entire weekend to then accommodate that. And now it comes to you that these documents were given to us 3 weeks ago, which is incorrect. They were delivered to my office just this Friday, and I made peace with it. Yesterday, new documents were now surprisingly brought up, and I raised that issue. I was promised to get the documents during lunchtime, which I did not. They sent it to me 9 o'clock at night. Now, just as we are continuing with it, new documents tried to slip into my files this morning. And now there's suddenly another file of documents. This cannot be accepted. They were not aware that this matter will come up. But if they knew and they planned their line of questioning in terms of this witness, they should have then provided us with the necessary information. How do I then consult with information from time to time as we proceed? Documents have been delivered at night. How do then I continue to be able, if I don't have the necessary documentation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ngwato.
Chair, I do need to put something on record.
Just a minute, I'll come to you just now. Yes, Mr. Shaselson.
Chair, these documents, the Tswane documents, Mr. Ngwata now says he saw for the first time on Friday. The documents were provided electronically about date, but to my memory, it was 3 weeks ago. I may be wrong on 3 weeks, but it was certainly not Friday. I'm going to get the exact date.
Were they part of the 1,300 and something?
No, the 1,300 were back in before February.
Yes.
These were a supplementary batch
Yes.
that were given once we realized the relevance of the Tswane documents. And when we did, we made them available electronically.
No, I wanted my co-co to just check their mics. Are they still not working? Oh, okay. Yes, sorry about that.
They made available then, but we didn't print out a hard copy bundle. What Mr. Ngwato got was the paginated bundle on Friday. The documents forming part of the paginated bundle had been sent to him electronically weeks before Friday. So his complaint that he hasn't seen these documents before is factually incorrect. Or if it's correct, it's because he chose not to look at the documents sent electronically. What he got on bundle, in relation to this...
Pagination given to him electronically
earlier,
already.
indeed.
Much earlier.
What... Yeah, it's... The bundle was sent to him on 3 March. It's 2 weeks, it's not 3 weeks. Why I refer to this set of chats now is until the witness explained the photograph with reference to this informant, I had no inkling that the chats with the informant were going to be of any relevance at all. What we choose to give to a respondent is in part governed by concerns of fairness and relevance. If I were to give, I'm quite happy to give Mr. Ngwato everything that we have downloaded, of course, his phone. But that will be thousands and thousands of documents which he will not be able to work through in a systematic way. So we exercise some sort of filtering process, as witness has said in the statement, and what we believe to be relevant. This chat that we're talking about is relevant only to disprove the answer that the witness has just given now, which we couldn't possibly have anticipated. And I'm not going to refer to the chat for any other purpose. The facts, the fact that the witness, that the informant comes from Pakistan is evident from one page of the chats. The starting date of the chats is evident from another page of the chats. I can give 2 pages to Mr. Ngwato and have all of the relevant information in relation to the chat between Sgt Nkosi and this informant. But unless Mr. Ngwato wants us to give everything, and he's never asked for that, we have to act filtering principle. Otherwise, what we would dump on him would preoccupy him for weeks before he could be on top of it. So that's what I wanted to place on record.
Thank you, Mr. Shaselson. Mr. Ngwato, I think we must separate issues. When you first raised an issue, it related to the questions that Mr. Chaskalson is putting to Sgt Nkosi. But then you also raised another issue, and that is what I'm saying should be separated from the issue relating to the questioning now. That other issue is about the documents that you say were given to you only about a week or so ago. It seems to me that that issue is different, but also there's the question that Mr. Chaskalson puts before us, which is that those documents were actually given to you electronically quite some time back. 3 weeks ago?
No,
Electronically.
The electronic link to all of the documents in the bundle was given 2 weeks ago.
Or 2 weeks ago electronically. And that is only later that they were given to you in a paginated form. So I'm saying all of that should be treated differently to the questions being asked now. Let me start with the questions being asked now. The question, that issue to me is similar to what arose this morning. If you remember, that related to, was it a bank statement? I think it was. And how I resolved that was that that is an issue that arose because of answers given by Sgt Nkosi. And it is those answers that took Mr. Chaskalson to the documents that you had not had sight of. And there is no way that we would then gag Mr. Chaskalson from going to documents that are relevant to answers given by the witness. And he had not shared those documents with you because those responses, there was never an intention to use those documents. So it seems to me that what has arisen now with regard to this questioning is similar to that, and that it should be resolved in the same way, which is that you should be given, in fairness, you should be given those documents. But that can never stop Mr. Chaskalson putting the questions that he has been putting to the witness. And the witness has been able to respond, but the main issue, aside of the responses that the witness has given, the main issue is that Mr. Chaskalson is following that line based on responses that have been given by the witness. And I think it's only fair that he should be allowed to ask those questions. And that's the same ruling that I took this morning with regard to the other issue that arose this morning. Now, coming to the second issue, if you were given those documents electronically, the question that arises is, what did you do with them? You say you are seeing them for the first time now, so it means when they were given to you electronically, maybe you chose not to have a look at them altogether, because you would not be saying you are seeing them for the first time now if you had had a look, unless you are saying even given to you electronically, as Mr. Chaskalson says they were. So if they were given to you, it's not the same if they were given to you electronically 2 weeks ago, and not only, did you say Friday last week? So the two are simply not the same. It looks like you want to respond.
I do, Commissioner.
Yes.
I do. I will not raise an issue with you if I'm not sure what I'm talking about. The documents were never shared with us. On the 3rd of March is when I responded to the affidavit that the commissioner had requested that I should submit.
The new thing is sharing electronically. So are you saying they were never shared electronically?
They were never shared with us at all. I printed everything that I received from them. And over the weekend, I took an effort to make sure.
Perhaps we should adjourn and let's see if there won't be proof of an exchange of emails, an exchange which does show that the documents were indeed shared electronically.
But can I at least maybe finish?
Yes,
Commissioner? I mean,
please finish, Mr. Ngwato, yes.
And the reason I raise this issue is the continuing trend that every single time a line of questioning comes up, I allow the witness to finish answering it, but then becomes an issue of credibility at the end of the line of question to say, no, you are actually lying, what you are saying is false. Because if we pull out the following documents, we'll prove you wrong. And this is what led to the bank statements as well yesterday. This is what also came about Natasha yesterday to say, well, have you not paid up any money to Natasha? It's the same thing that also falls on today, Commissioner. Now, Mark, what I'm raising now is that in as much as accommodative as I want to be, it is getting too much that as we continue with the process, new documents are revealed and revealed. This morning I indicated to you, it was not just the bank statement, it was also written statements. And again, it was the manner in which it was tried to sneak into my file, giving somebody who's not even a member of the law firm to go and edit my files. And now I'm continuing with this type of a situation.
Was it really sneaking in? Let me tell you what happens to our files all the time, our files as commissioners. Because sneaking has negative connotations. What sometimes happens with our files is that the attorneys will come and will insert documents. With us being aware, sometimes not gets brought to our attention. Was it not something similar, where perhaps the attorneys perhaps not putting in additional documents to your files? I know, for example, that I think it was this morning as well. This morning as well, with our files, additional documents were inserted into our files. Is that not what was happening with your witnesses' files or your clients' files?
The decency,
Just to see whether it was indeed sneaking in, as you put it.
the decency and the collegiality will require you come to me as an attorney of record. These are the additional records that we want to have. You don't go to my files without my knowledge and want to put in there. If I'm going to raise to say, I didn't see this, but it's in your file, then it looks like I'm failing in terms of my functions. And I also do not accept the comment to say, had I been given these documents, I will not have had time to go through it. The same complaint I raised with you, Commissioner, right from the beginning. If you give me, I'm going to have to go through those 4,000 pages. Don't tell me I'm only going to focus on 100. I'm duty bound once you give me 4,000 pages to go through all of them so that I don't have surprises. And this is what I kept on complaining from the beginning. Now, the issue that I'm simply raising right now was to say I have allowed the questions to go, but it was the statement that was issued or that was made to the witness at the end that what you are saying is false because you have been communicating with this witness for the last 14 months, and this is based on the cell phone records, which I don't have. The witness could not have been in a position to answer that question. He has not been given the records. And if they wanted to make such a narrative, they should, in fairness, give the witness such a record first.
In practical terms, then, Mr. Ngwato, how do you suggest this should be resolved? That is, with regard to your access to documents. If you recall, let me again read pages from yesterday already, but let me focus on that again for purposes of seeing how best this could be resolved in practical terms. You were given the 4,000 pages, and as part of your application for a postponement when we first started, you referred exactly to the fact that you had been furnished with 4,000 pages of documents. But Mr. Chaskalson said of those, he was going to use only 1,300 and something thousand. Now, if you had not only been given the 4,000, but the indication was also that all 4,000 pages would indeed be used, we would probably have started much, much later than we actually did. So what Mr. Chaskalson is saying is that they often use their own discretion with regard to what they consider to be relevant. I assume that that will be based on what the witness has said in their statement, and also on what other additional documents, in addition to the statement, the witness will have provided the evidence leaders, and also whatever it is themselves consider to be relevant. But that does not mean that that will be all that they will be having in their possession. They may be having a lot more. It doesn't make practical sense for them to then dump everything that they have on the attorney or the client where the client is not represented. It is for practical reasons and also to proceedings that they will choose what in their judgment they consider to be relevant. But proceedings being what they are, it may sometimes arise that other documents suddenly become relevant. In that case, fairness does dictate, and as you've correctly pointed out, that the documents should then be shared if and when that arises. So it is in that asking you, practically, how do you suggest this should be resolved? Are you saying everything should be dumped on you? If not, how should this be resolved in practical terms?
Chair, dumping will not be the solution.
Yes.
Simply what I'm recalling is that if you are to refer to a particular document and you are aware that you have not shared that document, just give a heads up to say, this document I've not shared with you, and share the document with us. But to continue, and I continuously have to raise this aspect.
Yeah.
I was very clear when I met with them yesterday. I went back to them and say, I have noted that we have shared that in your analysis you included extra years which you have not included in your bundle. Will you be so kind to provide us with that? They say, oh, we made a mistake. I expect the same collegiality from them, but I don't appreciate, and it cannot be fair that my client has been ambushed on documents that he had never had sight of, and he's been told, you are not telling the truth, because this goes into his credibility in terms of answering. He said from the beginning, I can't remember the dates, but I can give you a context in which I obtained that issue. The end of that aspect then becomes, you are not telling the truth because of in our records. Which records? We don't have. How do we argue against that? Because we don't have the records.
I agree with you 100% on the point you make with regard to documents that the evidence leaders can practically give you a heads up, but they do not do so. So I agree with you 100% on that. But I'll get Mr. Shaskalson to respond on that. That is with regard to whether they have indeed not given you a heads up where it was practical for them to do so. But I assume that you are not, in making that point, I assume that you are not referring to situations like the one that arose this morning and the one that has just arisen now, both of which arose from responses given by the witness, which then led to the evidence leaders making a follow-up and discovering that there are documents that relate to the answers that the witness has given. So there's a difference between the two. Mr. Shaskalson?
Chair, the situation is in fact different. On the 22nd of January, we gave Mr. Ngwato a memory stick with every chat we have, every single chat, including the chats that I've referred to today and hundreds of other chats. He has had every single chat we have since the 22nd of January. If he looks at that memory stick, he will find the chat with this informant. He needs to look for it by name. He'll find also the chats with General Mkosi. He's had all of these documents. We didn't believe they were going to be relevant until the witness presented certain answers. The answers of the witness rendered these chats relevant, and therefore we referred to them. The bundle was prepared on the basis of what we intended to canvass in cross-examination. Everything in the bundle was made available to Mr. Ngwato 2 weeks ago. The paginated hard copy versions of the bundle were only made available to him on the Friday. That is the situation. There's no prejudice to him. A witness can't be entitled to testify with impunity in relation to documents we have, but which are not in the bundle because until the witness testified down a particular line, we didn't anticipate the documents were going to be relevant. If Mr. Ngwato, sorry, I'm happy to leave this topic overnight and come back to it tomorrow morning if Mr. Ngwato needs to consult his own memory stick and look for the chat of the individual. If he wants us to print it out for him after proceedings, we can do that. But this complaint of prejudice is with respect completely unfounded.
Unrelated to this, take a comfort break, but perhaps like we did this morning, my direction would be for the questioning to continue. If after Mr. Ngwato has had a look at this, purely on the basis that this arises from the witnesses' responses, and I do not think we should stop the cross-examination. If Mr. Ngwato picks up something when he does have sight of the documents, then Mr. Ngwato may raise a point or points that he may be minded to raise at that stage. And that, of course, will also, that is the documents may also assist with the re-examination. But the stop-start with the cross-examination is affecting progress negatively. So I rule that the cross-examination should continue. But let's take the short adjournment.
So, did you ask your informant how he had access to a SAPS personnel computer?
Yes, I did.
And what did he say?
He said he also knows people. He knows people.
He knows people inside SAPS who are going to leak SAPS personnel details.
He knows people. Yes.
No, but he would have to know people inside SAPS who are leaking SAPS personnel details, because this is a personnel screen that is being.
I agree.
And did you ask him who inside SAPS was leaking personnel screens?
Yes, I did ask.
And what did he say?
He just laughed. He refused to tell me.
So your informant, according to you, is in possession of information from SAPS, which he shouldn't be in, correct?
Not my informant, but
Well,
the informant. I just
The informant who had been referred to you by General Shabiri, you say.
That's correct.
And that informant is in possession of information that he shouldn't be in possession of.
That's correct.
Did you take any steps to find out who was giving the information to him?
Yes, I did.
What steps did you take?
I informed the matter to General Shibiri.
Did you take any steps against this informant?
No.
Why not? I mean, it's one thing to have someone who's spying on criminals. It's another to have someone who is spying on the SAPS itself.
Because I've referred the matter back to General Shibiri because of who referred this informant to me. I was expecting such to be done by him because of he said to me he will make a follow-up.
Does it not strike you as rather odd that this informant who wanted to give you an address chose not to write the address down, take you to the place, tell you what the address was, but instead to provide you with an L system?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, Mr.
Well, the purpose of this exchange of information, as I understand it, was for the informant to give you an address where the informant said he had heard kidnappers were holding people against their will. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
He wanted to communicate an address. And how he chose to communicate this address, on your version, is by providing you with a SAPS personnel, giving the address details of a SAPS officer. That's how you say he did it.
Correct.
Did you not ask him why he just didn't give you the address? Write it down on a piece of paper.
No, at that time I didn't.
You see, Sergeant, what I want to put to you is that this story is just simply false. And earlier on in your testimony, you suggested that you had no reason to obtain this address other than the reason given to you by the informant. You recall that? You said something along those lines. I didn't record your words exactly, but you were suggesting that you had no incentive or no reason to get this address beyond what the informant had told you about what was happening at this address?
Yes?
You agree? Well, did you have a reason to want to know about this address beyond what the informant had told you?
I had no reason because of, yeah. I
You
never
see,
knew.
I want to put it to you that that is false too. Because this address, as you well know, is the address of an officer, the home address of an officer who was investigating Mr. Matlala and Mr. Molefe. That you knew that.
At that time, I did not know. I only knew that when this information was provided to me by the commission. But at that time, I did not know, nor make a follow-up on it.
When was this information provided to you by the commission? Don't want you to mention any names, but when did you learn from the commission that this officer was investigating Mr. Molefe and Mr. Matlala? And your evidence is that the only person you gave this address to was a General Shibiri.
That's correct, according to my knowledge.
Nobody else.
I assume, yes.
No, I'm not asking, I'm asking that you gave this address to. Did you give this address to anybody else?
Not that I can remember of.
How did you give this address to General Shibiri?
I went and consulted with him at his office.
And what did you say to General Shibiri?
I said to General Shibiri, this is to me.
And did you write anything down for General Shibiri? Or did you just have an oral conversation with him?
I did not write anything down.
Did you WhatsApp this picture to General Shibiri?
I must have. I can't remember. But usually what I do, when I talk, I also send.
Sorry?
When I hear something or I see something, I also send it to him.
You see, we've looked through your phones, and that certainly is your usual practice. But in relation to this address, it wasn't your practice. This address does not appear on any WhatsApp. Why is that?
Can you repeat again?
This address was not WhatsApped to anybody. It does not appear on any WhatsApp chat in your phone. It is saved on your phone. It is a picture taken by your phone, but it is not linked to any WhatsApp.
This picture, General Shibiri is aware about this one. I have sent him. I might not be sure, but I went and discussed with him. I might have sent it to him.
Well, you didn't send it to him by WhatsApp. Do you use other platforms to communicate with General Shibiri?
We use WhatsApp, we use calls.
Because it's not on your, you and General Shibiri, it's not there.
I stand by my statement. I did.
Your original statement was you might have WhatsApped it to him. Is it now that you definitely did WhatsApp it to him?
You are putting words into my mouth.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to clarify. Is your evidence now that you did WhatsApp it to General Shabiri, or just that you might have?
I might have.
In response to that, I put it to you that even though you think you might have, as a matter of fact, you did not, because there is no trace of this picture in any of your WhatsApps to General Shabiri. So what's your response to that?
I've got no reason to lie about what I did and whom did I did it with or to.
You see, Sergeant, my concern is that you may have a reason to lie. And what that reason may be is that there are several people who were not happy with what this officer of the SAPS was doing in his investigations. Those investigations extended to Mr. Matlala, Mr. Molefe, and other people alleged to be involved in criminal activities with Mr. Matlala and Mr. Molefe. And those people would not like what that investigating officer was doing. And if you were leaking information to those people, you would have a huge incentive to lie about what you were doing. What's your response to that?
That's not true.
Just ask, sorry, Mr. Chaskosen. Sergeant, why did you send this to General Shabiri?
Commissioner, to inform him about what his informant showed.
Yes, why? Why are you sending him this to show him what his informant has sent to you?
I wanted him to make a follow-up, as in where did the informant find that particular information.
But you did ask the informant, and you say the informant told you, according to your evidence, the informant told you that he's got his own people in the SAPS.
Yes.
So what was there for General Shabiri to follow up?
Because the informant refused to the particulars of those people who are giving him information. That is the reason I was referring the matter to General, that the informant might have maybe a better comfort with him to tell him who are those people who gave him such.
And when this information, when the informant, as you say, gave you this information, it was to what end? Why did they, this is, and what you're supposed to do with it?
As according to me, it was with the follow-ups of those addresses that the informant alleged that there are people who are kept against the will.
And what did you do with that information that he gives you to follow up this particular one? What did you do about it?
I gave it to General Shabiri.
No, apart from, he gave, the informant gave it to you, you say, for a specific purpose, to
Yes.
tell you this is a place where kidnapped people are kept.
Yes.
That's how I've understood your evidence.
Yes.
I'm asking, what did you do with the information that this is where kidnapped people are kept? What did you do about it, if anything? You now have an address, you have a name, which was why you are speaking to this informant, so that he can give you information that you can follow up on. So I'm asking, what did you do with that information once you know, or once you're told that this is where people are kept?
I referred back, I went back to General Shabiri to report back, because he was the one who tasked me that the places or the addresses, they don't show that there are sites there. What would be the best is to deploy the intelligence to survey the place. So in a manner, I was telling General Shibiri on what is expected to be done on those addresses. So I gave feedback to him.
Who said the best thing is to get intelligence to look at it? Is it General Shibiri? Is it the informer? Or
No,
the
that
informer?
is me now.
So you went to this address?
That's correct.
You did?
Yes.
So there must be a record in your books that shows that you executed this, I call it an operation for lack of a better word.
Yes.
And we will find a record of you having this.
That's correct.
And then you report back to General Shibiri. What do you report back to General Shibiri? What do you say to him about that operation?
I said, those addresses compared to that one of Limpopo, they look quite the same. Nobody had been staying there for quite some time. Would need observation to have a successful operation. Is there had to be any?
Okay. You did not raise any issue when you received this from your informer. You did not raise any issue with him before you visited this address. You didn't raise an issue with him to say, it looks like one of our guys is involved in this keeping of kidnapped people.
Remember now, Commissioner, I got this after I went to the address. So that is when I went to General Shibiri and said, hey, this is this. So he must make a follow-up that how did he get it, and
So
seems it's a member of SAPS.
when you went to this place that you say you went to, how had you obtained the address of the place? What did the informer give you?
The informer showed me the place.
Physically took you to see the place.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then he then took me to another place. So wherever I went, I would take a photo, pin drop to General Shibiri. Then after that informant, I think maybe according to was making follow-up, he was doing his own investigation.
So, but then you already had this address
Yes,
by the time he sent you this.
yes.
So you didn't need him to send you this because you went to the place, you had the address, you say you take pictures of it, so we'll assume that you did take pictures of this address.
Yes.
And so you didn't need this from him, this picture that we are looking at.
Yes, I
If
didn't
it came,
need,
you didn't need it if it
but
came from him.
yes, he provided it to me. For me, it was advantageous. That means we are getting more information on the addresses that we visited.
Yes. Did he say to you why, after you had been to the address physically with him, why he's now sharing a screenshot like this with you? I mean, you do have the details, you have the physical address. Does he explain why he's sending it to you?
He didn't.
And you didn't ask?
I only asked, I want to be honest, I only asked, how did you obtain such? But I did not ask why it is making a follow-up about that thing.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Nkosi.
Can I take you to page 443? I think it's probably in file 2. And you'll see on page 443, this is the chat between yourself and General Shibiri.
That's correct.
On the 12th of February 2024, there are a series of photographs of a property which was in Jane First in Limpopo.
That's
Is this the property that the informant pointed out to you on the first occasion?
that's correct.
There are two observations that I want. The first is that the date is February 2024. And if we compare the date of the photograph at what you say was the second meeting with the informant, that date is June 2025, so it is 16 months later. You accept that? 16, it's the next year. So the properties on page 790A record that this picture was taken on the 13th of June 2025. How do you explain that?
It might have maybe an error on my side because I did not have in my position the communication between myself and the informant. But I do stick by my statement that the address, I went there with the informant, and this was my first address that I went with, and then followed by another one. It might have maybe a human error due to that I don't have necessary document before me.
But you accept that it was not 2 weeks apart, it was 14 months apart.
Yes, I accept, Commissioners.
The second issue I'd put to you is that these photographs are in fact sent from General Shibiri to you, not the other way around. You see, they're sent by General Shibiri to you. What's your response to that?
It's false information that is in these pictures.
False information.
I am the one who sent these pictures to General Shibiri, this one of Limpopo, because I am the one who went there. I was with another colleague of mine. So now, amazed why this album saying General Shibiri sent it to me. Now it makes me suspicious that this album can say, or the photograph can say, General Shibiri sent these photos to me. There are possibilities that I might have sent. They were not sent by me. They were sent by the same person who downloaded this picture, made them vice versa.
You see, the chats are consistent with the fact that you went there, just not that you sent the pictures to General Shibiri, because if you look at the bottom of page 444, after he sends you these pictures, he says, the property is 200 meters from the tar road, which is main road R579 of the town. He is essentially giving you directions to the property. He's anticipating that you will go to the property, but he's the one sending you the pictures. You see that?
I see that.
I don't have any further questions at this stage, and Chair, we've run past 4, so unless, Sergeant, you want to amplify the answer?
Yes. I think there is a problem with the person who downloaded this album. Even in future, it's going to be a problem because I know I am the one who went there. The vehicle that I used had an, and I had a witness with that effect that indeed I was there. I even made calls when I was getting lost that this road is a bit skew or cocky. So I still confirm that General Shibiri did not send this to me. I am the one who sent it. The AVL of the vehicle can put me on the scene. Even my phone, the tower or the dumping can put me on the scene. That I am the one who went there. I am the one who was giving him feedback. That is the reason I mentioned from the first that when I arrive, I send the location. Even the person that I was with can come and testify with that effect. That means the problem here might be the downloader of this phone.
You see, Sergeant, the fact that you were there is not in dispute. General Shabiri's text makes clear that you are going to be there. He's giving you directions. He says the property is 200 meters from the tar road, which is the main road, R579 of the town. So the AVL is not going to help us. We accept that you were there. I'm just putting to you that these pictures of the location were actually sent from General Shabiri to you and not the other way around.
These pictures are false. As much as the AVL won't help us, even these pictures won't help us because they are false. I am the one, whether I was there or you believe it. Send the pictures.
Well, I have to take issue with that answer. The chats reflect that the pictures were sent to you, not by you. I see no need, well, I don't propose to take this further at this stage.
Sergeant, maybe just with the hope of getting some clarity, if you look at page 442.
Page?
442, just one page back. You see there's chat number 4. And it indicates to come from General Shibiri.
Yes.
From General Shibiri to you.
Yes?
You do? Okay. So he gave you, General Shibiri, what's up to you? The address in Jane First, Limpopo, and he says he gives you a name, a foreign national, he's renting property, he lives there and also keeps his cigarette stock on the premises. You accept that is the details that came to you from General Shibiri?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.